Hey, what is going on, everyone? Thanks for joining us for the second part of this cross-channel stream that we're doing. If you didn't watch last night's on Como Comics, we did about 4 hours watching the full ComicConnect stream, going over a lot of the different books that we're selling. A lot of the focus on this Bobby Blue collection that's part of it, but we talked about other books as well. And so we're going to be doing that again tonight. And then tomorrow night, we're going on to Swagglehaus's channel. So I'm going to add Drew and Mickey into the video. So here we go. Hey, guys, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going?
Back at it. Part two.
Yeah, part two. I was saying, like, I was sore after. I mean, I'm sitting in this like dining room chair, for 4 hours. I was feeling it by the end, but I'm refreshed. I have, last night was Mountain Dew night. Tonight is Coke night. Tomorrow will be some form of beer or something. I think like day 3. I'm gonna be
just to preface, because I'm West Coast time here. I had to do a little. I might have to do a little mid-session snacking over here.
There you go.
Dinner during the stream.
Yeah, I'm East Coast, so it's. I mean, this is a comfortable time for me. I know it's kind of midday for you over there.
Yeah, nice afternoon activity for you there, Mickey.
That's okay. I'm an unemployed filmmaker right now on strike. So what else am I going to do with my time?
Solidarity.
Well, so lots of super chats tomorrow then for you.
Yeah, that's right. You guys be begging for it.
But yeah, thanks everybody for joining the chat. We've got 12-cent comics in there. Yes. Yeah. Did we see the Punch 12 9.8? Yes, we did see the Punch 12 9.8. I think Mickey, you were the one that sent that to our chat. That is
right after we got off last night, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was really
it's a mistake.
Clearly a mistake. And I was thinking, maybe I would talk about that and stuff, but I don't know if there's too much really to unpack, there. Just
it's just one of those things where I know people will go at CGC for quality control, and it's definitely a quality control thing. And it's just one of those things where you can tell you almost like need more people that have that comic experience, because if you're not familiar with it, if you're in there and you're brought into grade moderns and that kind of stuff, you might have never even seen that book before, and it doesn't mean anything to you. But if you're someone, like that's familiar with those books, like us, and you go, what is this?
And we thought it was bad when the facsimile Ultimate Fallout 4s went through, right? I mean, this is a whole other level.
Well, that's kind of an interesting point. Kind of brings us like, one time, maybe it was a year ago or so, when we had a bunch of chats, we were talking about the facsimiles, and it's like, I don't think there's going to be many people that get duped by a 9.8 Punch 12. It just people who know the book just know that doesn't exist. But the other facsimiles, imagine a facsimile getting an actual Ultimate Fallout label,
or like a Hulk 181.98. I mean, that's the $60,000 book, like that can be a serious deal. Now that one, the person who sent it in, they're going to get like a $5,000 bill, or not, maybe not quite, maybe like a $3,000 bill, and they're going to go, wait a minute. Because I mean, this is an example of even a major golden age key. I've talked about that before, how they don't seem to always catch that. Like that should have been triggered if that got that label like walkthrough, and then it gets, somebody with some more experience looking at it. But the fact that it just made it through on a normal label is pretty wild. But let's see, who else do we got in the chat? We've got Prince of Cheese, we got Pass the Mic, Metal Bum, Bryce Comics. Hey, thanks for joining.
Hey, Brian.
We got Flexopotamus. I don't know if you're going to be bidding on some more stuff again tonight. I know you picked up the Cerebus last night. We got Collecto 6, Gordon Sisk, and then we got Como Comics, which is already up here. So this auction is going to be starting in about 5 minutes, and we'll get into these. If you want, I can start showing the screen, and there's a couple of books coming up that we wanted to talk about a little bit.
Yeah, some big ones.
Yeah, some real big ones. So I'm gonna share the stream here. So maybe I'll make this, see if I can make this a little bit, zoom in a little bit, so it's just a little bigger. So one of the big ones. So I mean, these up here. 3 of these 4 are from that Bobby Blue collection. These are arguably probably the 3 best covers from the Haunted Thrills run. There might be another one that's in competition there, but these are real popular books. But the big one that's coming soon, and one of the reasons why we wanted to start up, right at the start of the auction, is this guy.
Oh yeah,
Hero for Hire, and we'll
I mean, it's weird. Is even the picture they use just make it look not good? But it's off center it is. I just kind of want to do this number when I look at it to level it out.
Drew, what if I told you that you have an opportunity right now to make $70,000?
All you have to do is bid.
All you have to do is hit that
if you're not
button.
aware, the last 9.8 sold for $104,000, and this guy is sitting. I mean, so if the way that at least this ComicConnect one works is that sometimes you have a 15% edition, sometimes you don't. This one does. So for that would be about another $4,000. So it's sitting at around 31,000 right now. So I mean, it's got some work to do. Now, I've said before, at least with like heritage auctions, with the live sales, I've seen books triple or quadruple once it hits live. But I mean, ComicConnect is often a little bit different because it doesn't have that immediate sale. You know, it's like, it's not like it goes live, you see the price jump, and then people are bidding with about 10 seconds to go. If you're not familiar with ComicConnect, the way that theirs works is it's just a countdown to this time. And then once you get within 3 minutes, if anybody bids, it jumps back up to 3 minutes again. And so there's no hard stop. There's nothing like that. And so usually books tend to get bid up a little closer to what they're going to sell for at this time already. So this, I'd be nervous if I was that person that paid $104,000.
That's no doubt.
For that 9.8.
Yeah,
but,
it's could be an uphill battle, but could be a slugfest. I mean, I feel like, well, what was the one we saw yesterday? There was the FF48 that was
the signature series.
Yeah, kind of hanging low, and then eventually it kind of got there. So
yeah,
I'd imagine
slow and steady. Yeah,
I imagine this book it's not going to go as low as it currently is, but it's like you said, it's got a long way to go.
This guy right here actually sold. I mean, had a pretty solid sale. I mean, 106,000. I think the peak was like 144, but that's one of those where it's like you get that one real high sale, and this is still a very strong, respectable sale.
Yeah, that seems. And what Ghostwriter in the comments was asking if the 100K Hero for Hire sale was during the boom. I think
it wasn't that long ago. I think
it wasn't that long. You're right. It was towards the end of 2022. It almost so.
Yeah, it was not all that long ago. Let's see. So Hero for Hire #1. So it was September. So I mean, books were largely retreating already at that point.
Yeah,
I mean, that's a pretty late peak sale. So I was off. It wasn't 104. It was 102. Close enough. I'll take $2,000. But we've got some of these books are starting to tick down. We're inside of a minute on this first one here, the Haunted Thrills #5. I mean, of these three, it's probably my second favorite of the covers. I love this one.
The chauffeur.
The dice cover.
Oh yeah. I don't know why the chauffeur cover on 13. I dig that one, but I mean, I don't think any of them are bad by any means.
Yeah.
Well, I really like this skull design on 13. It's the same skull that they use on 18, and it's like got these sharp teeth. It's real, kind of like a menacing looking, looking skull. I think those are. I don't know who drew those, but they definitely, you can tell the ones that this person drew. They all have that look,
right? I definitely think the dice throw cover is quite good, actually. They're all fun, but kind of like we were saying yesterday, it's too bad that it doesn't have the branding of the known artist who did it.
Yeah, I mean, I wish it was something where somebody could maybe try to like compare to other covers where somebody was known. Try to identify it. Yeah, because I know people have done that with like Baker's. You know, a lot of times like those were uncredited, but just like based on knowing what his style was, you can often get it to at least down to Baker or Kamen, because their style was so similar.
I tell you, I've started dabbling in another Farrell title, Ajax Farrell being the publisher of those, and they've got some great covers, but they're so much more disturbing to me than a lot of pre-code covers. And I don't know what it is, if it's just they're not as polished as some of the other ones, but it's just layer after layer of just creepy stuff that goes on in so many of these covers. I just think that moving forward, like excuse me, I know we've done some pre-code conversations in the past. I could definitely see myself talking about some of these books in the future. But to the earlier point here, it's tough when you don't even know who to give the credit to on so many of them.
And this one just sold. That was a pretty solid sale. I had this one going for, I like to talk about it afterwards, so I'm trying not to like influence price too much, but I had this one going for $8,000 and $72.05 plus the 15% puts it at just over $8,000. So kind of right in line where I'd expect that one to go. And these are still getting some bids because you can see how they've kicked back up to around 3 minutes. So
and that 80 was the Bobby Blue one.
That was the Bobby Blue one. Yep. Right. This one is not. And I mean, it's still the 4.5 is a great looking copy. You can see the difference in like the skull. It's like a little wider in the 80.
Is the 80 top of census? Because it feels like some of these have been really knocking on the doors up there.
I don't know, but we can check. Spelling fail.
Shout out to Metal Bum for saying smash that thumbs up if you guys like the content. I agree.
Let's see. All right, so 80, I don't think it's top. There we go. I don't think it's top. There's 9.2 and 9.0, 8.5. There's 6 higher.
All right, there's
so
a few.
It's not the top, but this one's got to be coming up soon. All right, so this one has the Hero for Hire has come within the 3 minute mark, and it's ticking up. We're at about 47,000 now. So somebody's only making 50,000 at this point. We'll see how they do. But yeah, it's getting.
Well, I think that the prior sale to that 101, I think it was like in the 20s or something, and that was pre-boom time.
Yeah, I mean the 9.8s don't sell all that often. I think there were it was like 8 or 12 of these on census, something along that line.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty rare book. It's not quite as rare as Spotlight 5, but it's up there with those picture frame style type covers. But yeah, that one's still got some bids, so it's still going to be going. And I see Aaron I'm going to add him now. All right, hey Aaron, DoubleA Comics.
Hey,
thanks for joining.
Hey. What's up, man?
Yo, what's up, guys?
What's going
Man,
on?
I am underdressed. My man showing up in a jacket.
Aaron always makes everyone feel undressed.
I know.
Yeah.
Here in my
Did
t-shirt.
everyone hear me? I was having a nightmare with my my camera before this. So.
Oh yeah, we can hear you. Yep, we can hear you.
Right.
We can see you.
Sweet. Okay.
Everybody thinks the life of a YouTuber is so glamorous. If you guys knew how much time we spent cursing inanimate objects.
Oh my god. I'd be a rich man.
I know.
It's true. The amount of the blooper reels could go on for hours.
Yeah.
I fancied us up a little bit tonight, boys. Since I'm not driving, I just took a couple seconds. I whipped up a little Excel spreadsheet with just a little calculator so I can get our values a little quicker tonight.
All right,
Nice.
Yeah, so we I saw somebody mention that Horrific 3. I think I had that one marked. So where is that? Did it already? Oh no, here we go. So yeah, this is actually one of the ones we were talking about the other day.
Yeah, the swipes,
where it's like the cover swipe. I can't remember the issue that this is from.
It's like War Fury 1 or something like that. It's a war book.
That sounds right. And they just grabbed the guy's head from the ground on that one and threw it on the cover. And this is the more expensive book. But yeah, and I think I could see this one doing pretty well because you don't often get the green. A lot of times, even though it's a low grade book, most of the time this book ends up looking like what the rest of this is, like where you can see something was setting on top of it and actually protected the color. It often has that brown color, to it, so.
Oxygen is just terrible on that book.
Yeah. Yep. All right, we're still going with this one. We're above 50 now, so people and you can feel like, man, I don't know what that counter's looking weird. So.
Yeah, say that counter. What is going on with that counter? It keeps going up.
So someone's like, "Don't let this thing go down."
Yeah,
that's right.
Keep it up at 3 minutes.
Behind the scenes there,
Aaron. You still have a chance to make $50,000.
That's right. There's
just
still money on the table.
There, put in that bid.
Ooh.
The Haunted Thrills 13 did sell, so we're halfway through the Haunted Thrills now.
So it went for 4,000. What did I have that one at? I had that one at 5,700. So that went for 4,600. So I'd say
yeah,
pretty good price on that one personally, because I really like that cover. I think that's
and a
that's a
7.0,
really
that's
cool
a
one.
pretty solid grade.
Oh yeah, I mean, ferals
Yeah.
are tough to get outside of like 2, 3, something like that. So
that's where I live, man. Give me your beat but complete ferals. I will be happy.
yeah, I'm absolutely the same way. But yeah, these two are still fighting it out.
And we've broke 51,000, flirting with 52,000 on the Luke Cage now, as far as the adjusted price.
But yeah, let's see here. I'm gonna.
Wild. Can you imagine the person who bought that off the rack? Like, these are the things I think about. Like, who just picked that up off the rack and put that away and kept that in that kind of condition? And how upset is he at himself tonight for not keeping it? These are the things I want to know.
Yeah. I fantasize about the time when I get to be that guy with my Darkhawk 1.
They've all been destroyed for some unknown reason.
Yeah,
like the great Darkhawk purge.
Like, unfortunately, the only books I picked up off the rack were Bagley Spider-Man and Darkhawk 1s.
Okay, so this one sold then. So I didn't check pricing on this, but I think I'd seen it was going around 1,000 a point. So that feels like a pretty solid sale for that book.
Yeah, and no BP on that one, so it's hammer price.
Yeah, that's one of the things. Like, if you haven't watched one of these Comic Link or ComicConnect auctions before, it's a mix. Like, you can see how this one has the buyer's premium added, so you've got to do that on your own. You know, when you're bidding, like, you got to make sure you're aware of what you're actually going to be adding onto that. And then these ones don't. So it's not consistent like you get with like Heritage or Hakes or whatever else. It's a dependent on what the seller actually wants for the book. But I mean, Hero for Hire is still going. I mean, I'm guessing a lot of other books have sold now. So let's see. I know I had some other watch books. So because there was this one here, there was a really high grade Human Torch number 3 and a 9.0. Yeah. I mean, that is an exceptional copy of that book. And this one also jumped out at me, like an 8.5 Hulk 1.8 or 8.5 Hulk 2. That you don't see that come up. Yeah. So I feel like this. I haven't checked prices, but that seems like it could get a few more bids.
Pulling up that Hulk.
Yeah, because I'd be interested in knowing what the last sale for a Hulk number 2.
Let's see. We had a sale in November 22 for 22,200.
So it's got a ways to go then.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
yeah, plenty of meat on the bone there.
Yeah. Now I did mark this one as well because I figured I marked the 9.2 and I marked the 0.5 for the 181 because it's actually, and if somebody's wondering why it's not a no grade, it's because it does have the back cover, and so you will still get a 0.5 if it has at least the back cover. And so this is the cheapest 0.5 you will probably find.
I had to open that up last night. I'm like, why'd they give that a 0.5? And that's what I found. So that's a good point.
Yeah. As we all know, time to buy pages is now.
That's right.
Time to buy books with no covers. This is the time.
It's coming up. Yeah, it's right around the corner.
Oh, I mean, this is counting down. We're now under the 2-minute mark. This is, I mean, when it's counting down like this means people are feeling like maybe they don't want to bid anymore. So
yeah,
we might be getting around 60 for.
I don't know. It could be psychological warfare. We could be letting it get down within 10, and they're going to punch it.
Like that Haunt of Fear 28 last night. Oh, yeah, somebody did. They heard us. They heard us talking.
Quit.
Yeah. It does feel like, though, if this book sells around 60 or 65 or whatever it ends up going for, that's kind of what, like that 40% correction off of the ridiculousness, which feels
and
probably
it's still the second highest sale ever.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I feel like if you're the seller, you can't be upset about it.
That kind of correction's still the second highest sale. It's those kinds of sentences that just blow me away sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because let's go back to that. Because then we can maybe take a look at the history of that one a little bit. Because, I mean, I don't remember how many years it was between the sales. So it was 22. I mean, it looks like, about every 2 years or so.
Sale, yeah.
you know, and that, I mean, the high was 2016. Then somebody got, I mean, this 2020 purchase, that was the best buy out there.
They're doing good.
Like 16 grand. Like no matter what, I mean, for all I know, that's the same book.
Yeah, it could be the same one.
Right.
Hopefully. Oh no, this one didn't have the slight miswrap. So the 102 we know is not the same book. But yeah.
The person who bought that can rest easy knowing that their wrap is better.
100%.
That's worth 40 grand. Right? So,
that's why they did it. Listen, if the wrap isn't right, I don't even want to be here.
just throw it in the garbage.
Might as well be a 4.0.
Yeah, buy the book. Buy the book, not the grade, guys. Buy the book, not the grade.
That's
Come on.
right.
Yeah.
I mean, hang on. Let me grab Overstreet. I got the new Overstreet right here. Let me see what it goes for.
Yeah, the Human Torch still going. I mean, this one, it's coming down. I mean, only 30 seconds left on that Hulk 2. I mean, honestly, that feels like a pretty good price. But I mean, it's a lot of money, and that's one of those things. Like, good price is always relative when you're talking about 5-figure plus comic book sales.
Yeah, and very, very competitive in that window. You know, once you're dropping 16, 17 grand, you have so many options.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of books you could buy. I mean, you're not going to come across an 8.5 too often for that one, but I mean, that's the hammer on it. I mean, probably about, what was that?
17,819.
Well, this one didn't have the 15.
Oh no, it didn't. You're right.
So
okay,
this is just straight hammer price. Yeah,
straight up.
So, I mean, the Hulk stuff made me a little bit nervous though. Over the last year, it was one of the latest keys. Like that first 6 issues were one of the latest sets of keys to Spike, and so they are also one of the later ones to start their correction. And so, I mean, you could argue maybe it was undervalued because they had been pretty flat for quite a few years. But yeah, I mean, it's always tough, and I feel like when you're going for like the super high grade stuff that doesn't sell that often, and we were talking about that last night, where if you have things that just don't come up for sale as often, they can't correct as fast. Yeah. And so you just seem to have a little more delays on that.
And you can go a good long while before you see 3 Hulks.
56,000. So
yeah, 64,401.15.
So $40,000 discount on $38,000 discount on that one. This one just sold too.
If it wasn't crooked, you'd been closer.
I mean, the Haunted Thrills 5, I had that one going for 8,500, and at 76, that should be like 8,700, I think.
8,740. Yep.
Yeah. So yeah. I mean, the Bobby Blue continues to
make that paper.
Solid sales. Yep.
Yeah. Bobby dominant.
I'm curious about this Human Torch. So it's a 9.0.
Tell you what, boys, this is a bad joke, but by the end of the week, they're going to change the name to Bobby Green.
I mean, so if people are wondering about some numbers, we because we've got a little time till the next.
Well, I told the Flip Mode guys that when they buy their yacht, obviously they should name it Bobby and Blue accordingly.
So it's not the highest. There's a 9.2. There are 3 9.0s for that Human Torch 3, but 8.5 went for 8,700. This one went for 12,200. I mean, that feels like a reasonable price. I feel like that's approximately what I would expect. So it seems like a reasonable price for that book. But yeah. So for some numbers, if people are wondering about this Bobby Blue collection, so I've priced out the first 3 days now. I'm just kind of doing it as the days come up. And on that first day of sales, they had 10 books that sold. I had estimated them going for 74,400. They went for just under 85,000, so 84,772. So they beat my estimates by about 14%. Just pretty, reasonably strong sales across the board. Then last night they had 54 books that were selling, so a lot more because they have a huge number. This collection had a huge number of Captain Americas and almost a full run. It seemed from like 3 through around 50, and that I had estimated at 352,600, went for 406,088. So again, about 15% above. So again, just pretty strong sales. And it is a mix. There are some that went low and there are some that went high. I mean, I know I've seen some posts, people talking about the high sales, and but I think a lot of people often then neglect to recognize the lower ones too. Not everything does, goes crazy high. I mean, it had a couple, like the Dynamic 8 was a monster, and the Crime Suspense Stories 22 was a monster. Like those were to me the two biggest shocks that I saw. Like if we go to the if people aren't familiar with Dynamic 8, let's see here. Should be around here. Oh, did I miss it?
Yeah, it was one page back.
Oh, I did miss it then. It must have gotten, it's because it took so many bids.
Yeah, it gets recycled. It's at the bottom right there. Yeah.
There it is. Yeah.
It's on the end. Okay, there we go. So if you're not familiar with Dynamic 8, this is this Gus Rika cover, and he's the same guy that did Punch Comics number 12, which is also a huge book. And this sale this probably beats Punch 12 in grade right now. There are less of them out there than Punch 12, at least from what I've seen. But I had estimated this thing going for 18, and I was like, maybe it goes 20. I mean, it was just like people were like, the last time you had a book like this, it was 10 years ago. So 2 people wanted it, or at least 2 people, and it just kept going.
It does feel like kind of the student has sort of outshined the master here, because I feel like this book got more popular or more notable because of all the Punch 12s that were like kind of selling for big numbers the last like 2 years. At least I started seeing this one more, or it was like on my radar more as like here's like a cool key.
And I feel like you could have gotten this for, I mean, it's like, I mean, I remember the CBCS, the 3.0 that went for $9,000. Like at that point, I think a lot of us, myself included, thought that was a huge number, and because it was comparatively. But then you see this, and you're like, okay, maybe that was an incredible buy.
Check the chat right quick, Ryan. Jamie says they have another 1,300 books they're going to grade.
But is it so many? Sorry, there's a lot of comments I'm missing out on.
All the way at the bottom. Newest comment.
There we go. We have another 1,300 books that we are grading and put aside so far. Yeah, wow. I mean,
well, Jamie, do you have any more Dynamic Comics books?
No, number 8.
There's some people that want them, apparently, as you can see.
Yeah, Ryan would like to do a backdoor deal for that one. No need for that to see the light of day.
Yeah,
we'll take that as payment for.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. A little bit of a plug or preview I was mentioning while he's here and everyone in the chat, but tomorrow we'll do the stream as well, and I'm hoping Jamie and Philippe can maybe pop on for a second or give us their thoughts.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and somebody was asking when we're going to start cracking beers. I think tomorrow we've already decided it's going to be the.
Oh yeah, I've already decided.
Yeah, we need a drink stream.
Yeah. That's also when all 3 of us will start bidding recklessly.
Yeah.
that's the dangerous thing, like you.
That's the part of the show I want to watch. That's why it's the main reason I'm here tonight. I wanted to see if it would begin tonight. Like, you know what? I'm getting in on this.
You never know.
Yeah.
And yeah, Jamie, you were telling me about this as well, that the reason the PEP 22 doesn't have the name Bobby Blue on it is because he traded it to a school friend when he was like 8 or 9 years old. Because I was wondering that I was joking with Jamie. I was like, oh, did he like steal this from someone else? So it's got some other kid's name on it.
I don't care what he traded. It was a good trade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, now we're this is where we're in this like long period of
Bronze Age hell comes back, boys.
High grade Bronze Age filler. Like,
oh my god. Coming around the corner though, I think that the interesting ones for sure, the Journey one, that one's I think of all of them, that to me feels like the biggest question mark.
Well, for me, yeah, I would say that's number 2 on the question mark for me. And if for people that are wondering, that's this book here. And so the reason is that, I mean, for one, this is an extremely high grade for this book. They do not, like, for these early Atlas books just don't exist in nice condition, and it is a double cover. And I think the outside is a 7.0 and inside 7.5, right? Yeah. So, I mean, it's a double cover, and it's not like the outside cover looks bad. You know, it's a nice looking outside cover.
It almost looks like a stock image. Like it's that nice of a book. It looks like it's just a picture of the cover to show you what it looks. Not an actual.
Can you talk about the double cover
something
thing for a minute? Because the double cover thing is interesting to me, because at times I feel like it matters a lot, and with other books it matters a little, but it doesn't seem to hit the same. Like, let's talk about assessing value on a double cover. I mean, this book is kind of in a different league, so it's slightly different, but specifically on Golden Age up into, you know, modern, at what point do we start caring more about the double cover? Like, I had a Batman 405 that was a double cover, 9.8, and it didn't really increase the value that much on it at all.
Yeah,
it's just kind of.
It definitely seems like it depends on the book. I mean, like, you're already able to flex the fact that you have a Gym 1 and a 7.5. Like, usually the double cover is like, here's my reason to flex my ASM 300 or whatever, right? So it's like you don't need that as like the status part. So maybe this one doesn't go crazy for that reason, because it's already, like you were saying, Ryan. I mean, I don't know what it is on the census, but it's got to be up there, right?
Yeah, I mean, we can take a look. I mean, it's definitely going to be the highest double cover.
I mean, on Darkhawk #1's double covers matter a lot.
I mean,
I've only owned one double cover.
You guys have to say, I know I'm joking about it, but I actually am so happy because I genuinely have the best Darkhawk copy on the census.
I can tell you a 7.5 is the highest recorded sale for a JIM 1 in GBA.
Yeah, and there's only two higher. There's an 8 and an 8.5 that's on census. So,
yeah.
So yeah, I mean, that's why, like, I know
I would pay out the nose for a Tech 259 in double cover, but I mean, that's a completely.
I don't know if that exists. That might not even exist.
It should.
I mean, why are we talking about double cover? What was that ASM 361 that had like 9 covers or something?
Yeah, and I think it was a 9.9, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was like a 9.9.
I would hope so. It's as thick as a phone book. One of those covers should have been safe.
Was you see Jamie's comment right here, Ryan? What, from Matt Nelson?
Yeah, I did. Where he said he didn't remember another Marvel 1 Golden Age that was a double cover. And when you had said that to me earlier, I thought you were talking about the you had said a Marvel 1 Golden Age that was that high of a grade, and I thought you were talking about the Marvel Family 1. I didn't realize you were talking about the Journey to Mystery, because there's also a Marvel Family 1 coming up. This one here, which is first Black Adam. This book has taken just a beating over the last number of months since that movie.
And I remember
came out,
this was on a bunch of people's top 10 videos to invest in for about 3 months straight. I don't know if you remember that stretch, but
and then they saw the movie.
Yeah.
Well, because I mean, he was the changing of the guard, at DC, right? Like he was gonna make.
There's another multiverse where all those people are sipping Mai Tais on the beach right now.
Yes.
I can't believe this one's still going.
Yeah, the Horrific's hanging in there. It's not going up by much, but it's
you'd think with all the time it'd be
been
higher.
ticking up.
Yeah. But yeah, back to your question on the double covers. Like, I mean, I feel like they're a lot more common in modern copper time period than Golden Age. Like, I have owned a Golden Age double cover. I had a Wonder Woman, like one of these Wonder Woman books that was a double cover, but you don't see them too often. I remember Promise Collection, I think, had one. It had was that Joker tech cover that's like all black where it has like the letters all over it. That one was like a 9.6 or a 9.8 double cover, something like that. But yeah, you don't come across them all that often. But to me, I usually, it's one of those things. It's like the Mark Jewelers, like that huge sale for the Daredevil 131 last night, the 9.8 Mark Jewelers, where you need people in the room that care about that specific, and not even flaw, like that specific unique niche of collecting. Because if there's only one person in there, it might go for right around the single cover price, because you'll have a bunch of people that go, I don't care about that. But if there's two people, two people with enough money, you get like what happened with that 131 that sold for like $11,000. I mean, that was a huge sale. So yeah, I think it really comes down to who's in the room.
Agreed. Or, I mean, just the rarity and desirability of the book in general. It's just like anything. If you have a book that's kind of meh, it has a double cover, meh times, hey, a double cover equals meh, right? If you have a book that's, something desirable and it has a double cover and it's something, like you said, that you can use to flex, like mine's better, mine's special, then, it gets a little more weight.
Yeah. It's like the Bullseye book that went yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
had that little Mark Jeweler.
So here's a question: Is Golden Age Blue Beetle good to invest in? And so I'll say the reason you buy Golden Age Blue Beetle books is generally the Good Girl art covers. Those are the Golden Age Blue Beetle books that you buy. So it's not really for the superhero side of things. There's the occasional war cover, but generally it's like issues, I don't remember, like 48 through 54 or something like that. And those are the ones that have all the kind of the Jack Kamen type covers that are real popular.
What's up, Black Crown Comics?
Yep, hey, Black Crown.
We're starting to get into the final moments of some of these Wolverine Hulks.
Yeah, I'll jump back over to. I just can't believe this horrific is still going.
I know, it's still hanging in there.
It worked all the way through so much Bronze Age Hulk.
It's got staying power. It's going to be like that Vault, or I'm sorry, that Haunt of Fear 28 last night. It's just going to keep going. It's slow and steady.
Oh my god, that must have lasted like 15 minutes.
Yeah, it was nuts. I had already like mentally checked out by the time that book was about halfway through its run, because I just figured it would be over. It's like, holy crap, it won't quit.
Oof. Anyone who had a Hulk 180 should have sold like a year and a half ago. Mistakes were made.
Well, I mean, same with 181. I mean, like they've both pretty much been cut in half.
Yeah. I still think Hulk 181 might still be too high in a lot of cases.
Because say it with me, boys, bronze is trash.
Oh, we're gonna get attacked tomorrow online. I can feel it.
Aaron, it's just one of those things. Like I'm still bitter about some bad investments I made in some bronze books. But hey, Nick Cage is coming back as Ghost Rider. Maybe the wind's about to change.
I said that over.
I'm gonna get it.
We're going to the
bad investment,
Nick Cage.
You only lose if you sell, Drew. You're gonna be wiping away those happy tears with all those
long enough
$100 bills.
Well, I'll wipe away those tears with the Turtles 1 once I get rid of all this crap. It'll be fine.
It's a great one.
I mean, how many Hulk? Was it 4 or 5 of them? Oh, 6.
There's like 8.
8? Oh yeah, there's another one up there.
I feel like this book is everywhere, and it's just the prices are. I mean, at this point, the difference, I've seen a 5.5 to a 7.5, and it's only sometimes hundreds of dollars worth of difference. And it's like, well, I'm just going to go for that one then.
I mean, this 9.2 is about to close at 83 hundo.
It's crazy.
So yeah,
must be up near the top. Okay,
you could have barely gotten a 6.0 for that price like a year and a half ago. It's madness.
Yeah. So I'm going to pull that up.
Yeah, and that one didn't have the 15%. So that's
that's hammered.
Yeah,
it's true. No, there are a ton of them on the census. I've had a
lot
of
horrific?
It has the custom label, so
still going.
Yeah. That horrific isn't going
this
anywhere.
He's just shocked. He's shocked that he's
just
still
riding, guys. He's gonna stick with us all night.
He's the fifth person on the panel right now.
So guys, for perspective, the 90-day average on 9.2 181 is $9,600. Let's see, that's just 2 sales. So the most recent one was 9,300 before this, and 9,900 before that. So this is $1,000 drop off of the last sale.
Should have thrown a bid in on that one or
yeah.
Because I mean, like at some point, it's still a Hulk 181. Like at some point, it is still the biggest Bronze Age book, like the most in-demand Bronze Age book. I mean, that's what, when we were talking about the Chamber of Chills 19 yesterday, the kind of like the stack that Anna Love has, and I said, how that's way more concerning than someone having a stack of 181s, because just this auction, 8 of them.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many.
And the nice thing is too, is like, let's say you bought that 9.2 for $8,000 or whatever, and it's better times and the market turns around and stuff. You're not going to have a problem selling that one. Not that you have a problem selling like some more rare stuff. It's just that it's a pretty easy sale, I think, all these 181s.
Well, I guess kind of expanding on that, like what do you think the most liquid books are? Like, I mean, I think Hulk 181's got to be near the top. ASM 300.
ASM 300, actually, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, if you find those in collections, I feel like you
smile very
yeah,
big.
yeah. It's the easiest sells of your life,
I do.
Although,
I mean,
I
was gonna say, I do feel lately. I mean, this is anecdotal, and you can't really. I wouldn't die for this, but lately I feel like I have much easier time selling DC books than a lot of the Marvel books that I feel like I just see everywhere because you just know you're going to see them again. I'm trying to think of a single Marvel book that if I miss it, I don't feel like I'm not going to see it again at some point, especially Bronze Age, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. And unless you go back to like Timely Atlas stuff, like and I've talked about that too. That's how my keeper list, like my PC books, whatever you want to call it, has evolved over the last 3 or 4 years. And it actually used to be almost all bronze and silver. I mean, like Hulk 181 was on there. Secret Wars 8 was on there. Those were like my keeper books. And then I just, as I started getting into Golden Age a little bit, I realized if I sold those silver, bronze, modern, I could get them back if I wanted. I could probably get the Golden Age back, but it would take either a lot of time or a lot more money. And so, you realize that you can replace them if you really want to. And so that's how that really affected how I, the collecting side of what I keep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, talking about good deals, this is outside of the auction, but I was just kind of snooping around some other 181 sales. And on the 23rd of this month, so yesterday, an 8.0 sold for $3,300. It's the low for the year, and there hasn't been one that sold for less than that since 2020.
I would almost, you said that was a 181.
Yeah,
I would almost wonder if that
8.0.
was like a miss tag, like maybe it was restored. That's so low that it just it like sometimes when I see something that's like really off, I'm like, man, is that? And every once in a while it's real, and you're like, wow, that person just stole that book.
Yeah,
you said it was an 8.0.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's kind of where it's like, I don't know, when I look at the numbers and stuff, and when I've been doing the index stuff, to me, I'm just like, it should be probably back in that price window. Like, I know it's like shocking, but that's why it's like, I see these 181s, I'm just like, I don't know. I think they still have a little more to go in general.
Let's take a look.
Oh, man. Is this a bad time to say that I have one for sale at the moment? Losing.
Well,
bye.
Quickly.
Bye.
What I was going to say, and this is actually why I pulled up the 8.0, I had one on my wall. I think it was the only one in the room at the show on Saturday, and I had it priced like right at last sale. And I don't think I showed it to a single person. So I don't know how many people just weren't looking to spend four figures at the show, but usually you'd think somebody would at least want to look at it.
I'm going to take a look at eBay because it's probably on there. Because most of the time, for anybody that's not aware, like when you're using GPA, it's not always the case. There are a couple other places that sales get pulled in from, but if it has a link, it usually means it's either Hakes, ComicConnect, or Heritage. If it doesn't have a link, it is often eBay. And so if it's at least been within since this was very recently, the last 30 days, I can't remember when they cut them, 90 days, whatever it is, you can go find that listing. And if you have an actual eBay store, you can use the research capability to find things back years. But let's take a look at the sold listings.
Our friend Horrific 3's up to $2,600. It's got about 30 seconds left.
All right. Okay. So, that's what is going on with that? It's not here. It's not on eBay. So yeah, I mean, there's this qualified, and that's what I thought. Maybe it was like a misrepresented qualified or restored.
Just got filed wrong.
Yeah.
It could just be a wrong number, but
yeah, I mean, because I know like Reese's Rare Comics, their sales sometimes get pulled into here.
There's no way the Reese's would sell that for $3,300.
That's probably true.
Listen, they're desperate. I've talked to them lately. Desperate. Hit them up.
The Horrific did sell, so
Yeah,
it went for
2600.
26.
Let's take a look at that one, because I that feels like that was probably a record in grade. I mean, I know it's an expensive book, but that was a pretty solid sale.
And
What
really,
was
for a
it?
2.5, it presents pretty well.
So we'll close that guy out. So it was a 2.5.
Oh, we got to do a watch on this 0.5 while we're.
Are we winding down?
I mean, it's got about 2 minutes left. It's gotten a few bids. It's caught a few bids. I mean, for a coverless, like this seems on par with like Tech 38, you know, where you've got
A really solid
great,
splash.
you know, splash with that character and everything. So
It's definitely not a bad coverless copy for a second appearance.
mhm. I like that, because there was somebody in the comments that was asking about the why is it called a cameo, you know? But
I mean, unless I'm just missing it, is the 0.5 the only one that hasn't sold? It's the only one hanging in there.
I
think the rest sold out.
Let's see. I wasn't watching all of them, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, I just refreshed, and I don't have any of the other ones.
Yeah,
on here.
It's the only one hanging in still. Unless,
dang.
Yep. But then there's occasionally books like this that, like a 7.5 Infinity Gauntlet 1.
Like, why are you here?
Yeah.
why is that book? I mean,
To hang
and
out.
it's over slab
Yeah.
cost. You know, like I feel like this is a slab cost book.
Mm-hmm.
It's
I just
like,
feel like it's, you know, maybe Jamie, as they did the Bobby Blue collection, Jamie was like, you know, I got this 7.5, Vincent, you better put this up for sale as well. I got to get this
Yeah,
out
there you go.
got to get this out of the shop.
yeah. I was surprised there was no 9.8 of Hulk 340. I feel like, you know, you'd usually get, and there was only a 9.6 and a 9.4. I thought maybe there would be a 9.8 of that one. But yeah. I mean, a 9.2 of Annual 1, that's a cool book.
Mm-hmm. That's not a terrible price. I mean,
Yeah. What do you think about this Jackpot 5 or 4, Ryan?
I think I would like to own Jackpot number 4.
Oh, okay. Let's not talk about it. Let's change it.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Let's talk about Iron Man and
Jackpot
Submariner.
4
yeah,
bad.
yeah. No, but I mean, I like that one because it's, I mean, I know you were talking about this on your channel, how you're like, you know, you don't really understand the Archie keys. And I feel like I'm like an accidental Archie collector. Like I was never really like all that into it. But then like, for some reason, I started buying a few of the Archie books, and I now have a lot of the Archie books.
Yeah.
I mean, back on the wall here, you know, I've got like a PEP 37, which is a relatively early Archie appearance. I have a PEP 23. I have a PEP 24. I have, you know, the Archie 50s, the Betty covers and stuff. I mean, it's like, I've just kind of like fallen into this, like buying occasional MLJ type.
Is
type
that
books.
23? Is that the one I sent you?
Yes. Yeah. It was
Okay,
the
yeah.
eBay. It was the eBay one where it was a remainder.
Like, one of us should buy this. How about it be you? No, I'm glad that you stuck with the PEP, because I still pick up my occasional raw Archie. I haven't really dove off into the PEP yet.
Yeah, I like I mean, it's tough. Like as somebody who sells, they tend to sit for a while. They do sell, you know, but they're the type of book that it's a smaller set of collectors definitely that are going after those. But it's also because they're expensive. You know, it's a smaller set, and they cost, especially the PEPs, cost a lot of money. I mean, one thing that's I'd say pretty surprising is how affordable the this one ended. So $454 for the 0.5.
What a steal.
Not bad.
I mean, yeah, you just turn that into pages.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can have all of $35.
I'm sure the value stamp alone can sell for $400, you know?
Well, and for anybody that's wondering why we're saying that, last night there were 2 books that were like a bunch of pages. There was almost a full Captain America 3 broken out into individual pages. And then there were a number of pages from Captain America 12. And one of those Captain America 12 pages went for $5. So we were like, pages are at a bottom, buy pages. That's a deal.
Steal of the night, that's for sure.
Yeah.
That was actually a good buy. The last sale of a front cover missing 0.5 was in June for $551. So they shaved about 20% off, not quite 20% off previous sales. So that's a good pickup.
I mean, being able to own a 181 for under $500 is, I mean, yeah, it's missing the cover, but it's like, that seems like a pretty good place to be in, I mean, it's like, that's why I've talked about that with a number of books. Like sometimes you just want to get your foot in the door and then you can try to upgrade later, and that's a way to where, like, especially, I mean, if you're dealing with golden age stuff, rare stuff, things that are just really expensive once you get in even to like mid grades, that's a way to do it. And
there's something nice to the effect of I don't have a good term for it, but maybe you guys have something. It's like sometimes you just like, oh, I want one, I don't want to pay a lot, I got it, okay, and then now it sort of just takes like the mystique away and the pressure and the feeling of the need to get it.
Yeah. You get
so
to
like,
just
I
check
got
the
it.
box.
Cool. I'm not worried. I whatever, and there's something nice about that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Alternatively, I like to recommend to people to go back to like 2007 and 8 to start buying some of these, because like my 8.5 was my first 181, and I think I paid $900 for it. So the way back when machine wins again,
man.
And yeah, just want to give the the shout out to everybody in the chat. We've got 108 people in here, so really appreciate everybody joining on this Thursday night for this auction. There's some cool stuff coming up. I mean, arguably the two biggest books are selling tonight that are at least in this auction.
Yeah.
The Pep 22, which we were just talking about. Pep, that's the first appearance of Archie, as well as Betty and Jughead. Then you've got the Mask number 175. That is a beast of a book. And there's a couple other big ones out there too. I mean, we've got that. I mean, like that Journey into Mystery. I mean, I think that's maybe a $20,000 book, but again, it depends who's in the room. It's like that is a very select buyer. And I had put this one in here, Mickey, because I thought you had mentioned it. The Iron Man 55, the 9.8. I don't know what that price is like.
That one, it looks. Wait, I can't do math. It's probably a little low for what the last sale I think was like $9,000 or something, maybe
right around like 7,400, 7,300.
Yeah.
So. What did you say the last sale in the 9.8 was?
I think I just feel like off top, I don't know if this is right, was like 9,000.
I'm pulling it up here, guys.
Can we do a comparison of when Avengers Infinity War came out, just for reference?
Yeah, we can take a
last sale was in March for 8,500, but your like the 2022 average was 12,500.
People they're not specking on Star Fox anymore.
No.
this is the Star Fox hype right here. This $20,000 purchase back in 2022. I feel like that is like that might be.
Star Fox you're hype. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, this sale seems
fine. Like it's a if you want it.
I feel like it's a pretty good price.
Do you want it, Mickey?
Yeah.
Do you want it?
It's if you look at kind of like that general trend.
I love Drax.
But yeah, I feel like that was a good buy. Like this feels like a book that's gotten back in line to where it would be. The question is always like this uptick was when we saw Thanos, at the end of the Avengers. So it's like
because
that was all from that
book raw, like high grade, super high grade raw. It was $100 book. 12 years ago.
Listen, there have been tons of Thanos fans for decades. All right. It was inevitable that book was going to go up. It had nothing to do with the movie. I won't hear it.
Hey, as a Thanos fan, we all grew up on that Infinity Gauntlet series,
I just,
I mean, for me, it was
I just picked it up because it was a Bronze Age key.
Yeah.
What's up, Secret Fixer?
I mean, for me, it was Thanos Quest. Like that was like one of the first book like comics I actually remember reading.
Same for me.
1 and 2, volume. So that I think that's part of why I've always liked him as a character. It's just like something about. I mean, that was when I was growing up. That's when you had the Infinity crossovers going between all the different titles and all that kind of stuff. And you had to like at that point I did have a pull list at my LCS and it was like, oh, I want all the crossovers, and it was just like oh,
Oh,
this
wow.
month just cost you, as a kid, like $50.
Yeah.
you're like, oh,
That's
God.
massive, dude.
Yeah.
That was not a good investment.
$50 a piece.
It was not a
Mine
good
was
investment.
pull list. I need to hear some origin stories about that.
I mean, yeah. So that was back when I was a kid. Like, and I remember the thing that stopped my pull list was probably the crossover, that Infinity Gauntlet crossover. I went in. I've talked about this maybe on the channel once or twice before. I went in one day and I had to pay for it, and it was like $100. And this is like early '90s, and like my mom saw the cash register, and she's like, "Did you just pay $100 for that?" And I was like, "Oh no, they rang it up on this other one." And she seemed to let that go. But yeah, that was the last. I canceled my pull list after that.
Automatic Comics, lying to mom about comics since 1992.
Yep.
Ryan's mom would also have written his name on his Masked 2 book.
That's right.
My dad, he's one of the reasons I ended up having the comics come back here, and what kicked all this off was they had been in my room ever since I was a little kid, and it was like, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago. My dad was like, "Get this stuff out of the house, or I'm throwing it in the garbage." Yeah. so
at least he got the opportunity.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He didn't just throw it out. He did give us the chance to take care of it first, and so my older brother ended up taking it because it was like over Christmas, and we didn't have room in our car. And then my older brother brought it to us a few years later, and that's what ultimately kicked off all of this, because that's what got me back into it. Just like flipping through those old boxes, and that's like, I'm an adult, I have money, I can go.
Yeah,
I'm gonna buy some stuff now.
It's fine.
Start doing it.
I can stop whenever I want. I'm completely under control.
That's very funny. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. We just realized, excuse me, Ryan sent a copy of the stream last night to his brother to watch, and his brother, he's telling me all this. It's like, his brother told him, he's like, "I think I used to sell comics next to that guy." And it turns out, yeah, me and Ryan's brother have literally set up the same shows. I don't know how many times over the years, but small world out there.
Small world.
It is.
But yeah, so this was one of the Bobby Blue books that just sold. This Jackpot 7. I think the 4 is still getting bids.
Yes,
Yeah,
it just
4's
reset. It's up to 81.
What did I have that at? Okay. All right. I'm gonna keep what I had it to myself, just so that we'll see. The Journey into Mystery.
93.15, including the 15% right now. So
I mean, this is one of the Bobby Blues. This is a big book. This Journey into Mystery 6, and it's like it just became a big book. It's like more recently, because we've talked about this some before. You have those like marquee sales where you get a big sale in that book, and then all of a sudden it is now an expensive book. One person paid a lot, so now everybody's pay a lot.
Yep.
And that's what this one is now. And that's why I wasn't really sure how to price it, because it had felt like you had that one big sale. Because I'll show that one. It felt like we had that one big sale, and then a few of them came out, and they were like starting to peter off. Like you're getting lower and lower sales.
Right.
And this one is one of the first times we have a higher grade, though, again. So it was this one here. It was this 5.0 for 6,900 that I feel like really kicked it off. And then I've seen other ones come up, and it just seems like the prices have not. And that, because I mean, look like a 4.0 for 1,800, and then one grade point higher just a few months later.
I really do think that outside of obviously like the key Grail PCH books, of course, those are going to always be desirable, but there is a little bit of seasonality, I think, with the PCH stuff.
They do hit big numbers around Halloween. That is not just like rumors or
really as I open up my ComicConnect account here and just
it's because I feel like it's not even just the festive nature, but even just you think about Drew just posting a picture of a PCH book every day for 30 days, just everyone gets to film them,
It's the Batman 33 effect. That Christmas tree cover just goes for big money. Like, put that bad boy up in December.
Oh yeah, the Christmas books and Christmas, the Thanksgiving books.
I want you guys to know just like how much my willpower is being tried right now. I got a little present from Santa Comics today, but I'm not opening it because I'm a professional and I'm here in the moment with you guys. But I do want to throw it back to that JIM6. Like for a 6.5, this thing presents beautifully. And if you look on the back, it's got like some speckling, some sort of staining.
I think it's like foxing or something like that. Or...
But it's real. It's not your typical foxing. It almost be crude. It almost looks like cockroach droppings or something like that.
Yeah, I feel like I haven't seen that flaw before.
Yeah, that kind of speckling is just really odd, but it's all on the back cover, and I mean, from the front, it just presents beautifully.
Well, it's like it may be on the front cover, but it's all black. It's all black. You don't even know it.
They got the whites and the yellows clean, so that's all that matters.
One of the few instances where the damage is better on a black cover.
Mm-hmm.
But it's interesting. This Gym 1. I don't know if it just happened. It just shot up to basically that $20,000 price point.
Yeah, it's a nice jump
there. Somebody heard me.
We're at 2125 now.
But the Jackpot 4, since it's sold now, I'll say what I had it going for 10,000, and so this looks like it went for around 9,300. So right in range. So yeah, I mean that's like it's been pretty consistent. Like I mean, at least from what I'm expecting these books to sell for, I feel like when I talk about Golden Age books, this kind of stuff, if you're within 10-15% of that final hammer, like that's pretty close, because it could just be one or two bids either way. And this stuff you're already rough estimating based on other sales. Like I had to make that estimate based off of one sale in a 5.0, mm-hmm. and then you're kind of like, well, do you think it's going to sell for the same per point? Is it going to be a little bit more per point? Those kinds of things. And that's just all you can do.
Yeah.
But yeah, these ones are ticking down.
Man, I feel like that JIM3 price, even though it was only a 2.5, like a single digit gem for $210.
Maybe where's that one at? Oh, this one here.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like that's a song right there.
Yeah. Well, it just goes to show, look at just the desirability of the cover,
Mm-hmm.
It just
all right. This one ended 10.5. So I had that one going for 9,100. So I mean, this was over 12,000. So that was
12,075.
Yep. That was that to me. So what that says is that confirms that $6,900 sale. Like that's how I look
mm-hmm.
at that, is because sometimes you have like that one sale. I mean, like last night, there was that Crime Suspense Stories 22 that sold for $24,000 for a 6.5. And people are going to be looking for a confirmation sale. Or is the next 6.0 or 6.5 going to sell for 15?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the kind of thing you're going to look for with this, because one sale doesn't make a trend. And so you want to see more than that. But man, yeah, this one got even another bid. So
still going.
Gym 1's still going. And I threw this one up here too, because I thought this is a cool book you don't see very often. You'll notice it's not in a slab because it is too big to actually
mm-hmm.
fit in a slab. But this is Jumbo Comics #1 for
it's not just a clever name.
Yeah, it's because they got smaller as time went on. you can slab them, but not the first few. And yeah, this is first Kirby art, first Sheena.
Oh, really?
So yeah, that's it's got some important history behind it.
What's the year on that? Do you know off the top of your head?
Jumbo 1. It's probably 40. I don't know if they have do they have a year here? They don't. They say it's a Gerber 8. Oh yeah, it's not going to be on, but it would be on. So if this is another source I like to use.
Oh yeah.
So if you're not, for anybody in the chat, comics.org or Grand Comics Database. I largely use it when I'm trying to find page counts for Golden Age books.
100%.
It is a great resource for that. Oh, so it looks like 1938. So even prior to that. Oh no, that's not. Yeah, that's not it. Unless that was just a series. That's always it can be tough to find which one you're looking for.
This JIM 89, a 4 or a 5.5, just classic Kirby cover. That's going to be the high sale for the year.
We find that one
currently sitting at $616. High sale thus far this year's $549.
Oh, and see, that is a great cover. I've had a number of people say they wish that was the cover for 83.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to take anything away from 83. I like the cover of 83, but this, like him being the sole central focus of the cover, is would have made it even better.
So good.
It's definitely one of everyone's most Thor collectors' favorite Thor cover.
Now, I will say this book always seems too cheap to me now. 84,
yeah.
And I mean, especially like, okay, this is okay. So it's Larry Lieber signed. It's not, like Stan Lee is generally going to be the one that's going to really boost it. But I mean, to me, $800 for a 4.0, just, second appearance of Thor, first appearance of Jane Foster, like it just feels cheap. I feel
good to me.
It definitely had its moment in the sun leading up to like Love and Thunder. It really went on a ride.
Yeah, that movie probably didn't do it any favors. But yeah, here's some of those other jumbo books, the ones that also don't fit. But let's see what other. Yeah, still going 18.5 on the Gym 1.
Yeah, it's 21,275 with the 15%. Down inside a minute again.
So yeah, the next outside of this one, the next Bobby Blue that's coming up is this Kid Colt Hero of the West. I admittedly am not familiar with that one. I did see a comment in the chat that like up next I'm going to start collecting Westerns, and I can almost guarantee you that is not going to happen. I don't really have any interest in collecting Westerns other than maybe that
Rifleman.
Yeah, I think there's actually one coming up tonight. I'm pretty sure I think I marked it.
I could get into like the Tim Holt, which is like, the first Golden Age Ghost Rider. I could get down with that. But yeah, for the most part, I'm kind of the same way.
Yeah, the Westerns are.
that's the
there you
one.
go.
It's a classic, yeah.
But yeah, I feel like that might be the Western. I would just like the joke cover that I would buy. But other than that, so I marked this. So some people are aware, like, there is a Bobby Blue Sensation one that is a 6.0. This is not it though. This is a different copy. So that one will come up some other auction. But yeah, I saw this 9.0 and I was like, I gotta watch that. This book is impossible in these type of grades.
We had a big jump in the JIM 1. It's 21,000.
Yeah, it's gonna
hammer price right now, so it's over 24,000 adjusted.
Yeah, I was gonna mention it. We keep seeing some bids, so it's like this is maybe that situation where you have a couple people very interested, and it just you don't know. Like, who knows? Maybe this is going to drag on for another $10,000.
Yeah, they're just sitting there trying to amp themselves up, like don't want to walk away.
Yeah,
like I just spent 45,000 on dynamic number 8.
What I need's this creepy hands cover.
But yeah, I mean, for me, I feel like the big selling point for that one is the rarity in the number 1. Like, it's not a cover that really speaks to me all that much, but I get the wanting to get like the Atlas number 1s and that kind of stuff. That is definitely a collector, a type of collector, someone that's going to target that stuff.
Yeah.
To me, I get vibes of like Crime Patrol 16 off of this, just the disembodied hand freaking a lady out.
I get very like Ghostbuster vibes in it, which I appreciate the kitschiness of that.
I'd say one thing that this book doesn't have that a few of the most of the later Atlases have, and I think even the 6 we saw sell earlier have. Atlas started putting in little blurbs of what the stories were inside the cover along the spine on the left. And I tell you what, those little like 1 inch by 1 inch previews of some of the other stories that weren't the cover story, I absolutely love some of those more than the main covers. They're just fun to look at, I think.
Yeah.
Well, and I know that I'd say that's like some people like it and some people don't. You know, some people would rather have the full image. You know,
don't want it detracted from. Yeah. I mean, I can see that too.
You see this, Mickey? You got to start figuring out who you got to call for this. Sanity isn't in the CLZ database yet.
I know. Well, what's up with that? I gotta
demand it, like manually enter it.
It is in cover price though, so there's that.
It's had a sale, so I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
We are officially over 25,000 on the Gem 1.
Yeah, I mean, that just restarted again, so it's probably a couple people, and then we're just gonna see who's gonna give up, and that's the double cover thing, just like that Mark Jewelers. You never really know.
Yeah,
but across the board, I mean, it seems like this auction has been relatively strong. I mean, like we saw, there's definitely weakness in like those 181s. A lot of those 181s, I feel like maybe it's like when the first one went low, then they all just followed suit. But that can be tricky with ComicConnect, because at least with like Comic Link or Heritage, when they're selling an order, people know what the grade sold for. But with this, if books are still getting bids, you have no idea. You might have just paid more for a 7.0 than like a 9.0, or somebody paid, got like some great deal on a book when someone else paid way more for a lower grade. And it's just that could definitely be tricky when you have multiples.
I believe it.
So I got the question, do those ComicConnect stickers come off? I believe when I've bought a couple books from them, I feel like theirs came off easier than Comic Links. But
you can pick up a couple adhesive removal pads. Just after you use them, make sure you wipe them off with something else so that the adhesive remover doesn't stay on the slab. But yeah,
I'm always nervous about doing anything with like a chemical, like on the case. I'm like, is it going to like soak through the edge or something?
I'm always like, it's such a small amount. Like the pads are like, they're so tiny that it's just enough to get. I mean, you would have to dump it on there to get to the book.
Because like I just had a book come that had just a ton of scuffs on the cover, and I'm just like, this one I don't really feel like sending back in for reslabbing, and so I might try out some of those tips I've seen for like buffing out scuffs and all that kind of stuff on the slab.
And then after I use like a microfiber cloth sometimes.
And once you learn how to do that, then you can take care of all the headlights in the neighborhood.
Yeah,
that's right. But I'm a lifelong glasses wearer. I was wearing glasses before it was cool, so you have to figure out how to buff things out.
I'll give you points for authenticity. I always pop my glasses off.
Yeah, I switch it into the contacts whenever, whenever I'm on the screen.
Yeah.
I like to do
you're going to have like the reflection of the light that's over here if I don't. So
exactly, that's why I take mine off. Plus, it's that Clark Kent disguise really works for me.
See, this is my disguise. I don't want anyone to actually know what I look like in public. And it's been very effective to walk around cons.
There you go.
But yeah, I mean, what are we at now? Almost. I mean, I just got another one.
Did it catch another? All right.
Yeah, so it's over 28 now.
So
it really is just in that. You just hard to predict, and you got a few people probably just playing chicken, at this point.
Yeah. I mean,
somebody's gonna have to pay that bill.
Yeah. So 28,750 is the adjusted price at this point. But I mean, let's be honest, it's the third highest and the most coolest. So I feel like it's probably worth what they're willing to pay for it. And if they've got the cheddar to write the check, good on them. It's gonna look cool with whoever winds up with it. So
clearly they're from Wisconsin with that price, because wow. It's someday maybe I'll
someday.
But yeah, this is another one that's coming up. That's I know in the Bobby Blue. It's this Mad number 1. I feel like this is always an interesting book. Like it has the weirdest pricing of just about any book that I regularly see come up for sale. Like it sells often enough, but you will have a 6.5 sell for the same price as a 2.0. Like 3 weeks apart. You know, and you're just like, what is going on with the
and it's not like there's only 5 copies of it. I mean, there are plenty of Mad Ones out there.
I mean, yeah, just in this auction, there are 2 of them. And so, yeah, it's always a tricky one. I'm never really sure what it's going to sell for.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I've seen it around quite a bit, but there doesn't seem to be like a standard price. Patience definitely seems to help if you are going to get one.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, depending on the rarity of a book, like I get, you know, wanting to just pay up to get it at that moment. But yeah, that one, like I said, you do see it enough. And we're under a minute now, and this may be the last bid on this Gym 1. But
all right,
yeah. I mean, that is a really, really solid sale for that book, and it's one that it's not one where I'd be like it's shockingly high or something, because it's just like that Daredevil 131. It's going to go for what it's going to go for.
Yeah,
definitely.
Crime Suspense Stories 22 though. that was the most surprised I was on a sale.
And the thing I liked about that one is it was like paced well. Like it didn't linger. It seemed, I don't know if it was just because we were hyped up about it, but it just seemed like there was a buzz, you know, while that one was going. So
yeah, down to see if somebody's gonna, you know, do the psychological warfare at the last second. But
I think we're good.
Closed out. So yeah, 28,750.
Wow.
That is a good sale for that book.
Where did you have it estimated at?
I had it at 20.
So yeah, strong.
Yeah.
Very cool. Congrats to the buyer. And I mean, Jamie's
in
here.
He's in the chat here, so he knows.
He knows he did good. Oh man.
Congrats to Jamie. I think he picked up one of his own books. I think he was the Chamber 19 buyer.
I mean,
yeah. So yeah, if people aren't, I don't know if you want to talk about that, Mickey. You did the interview, like how that works.
Oh yeah. Well, if you guys don't, I spoke to the Flip Mode guys who are selling the Bobby Blue collection in this auction tonight, and you know it's their business and their partners and stuff, and they talked about their process of, you know, wanting to keep their own books for their collection, but in order to make it just fair and streamlined, like they just agreed that they have to buy their own stuff, you know. So I know Jamie made mention he really wanted that Chamber 19, so he himself was going to be someone that was going to be in the running for it, and he ended up getting it. So, you know, congrats to him on that one.
That's interesting.
And
cool.
You know,
it's a.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Okay. I was going to say it's a good business practice to do that, because you know, you don't want to get high on your own supply. And I'm a fine one to speak this, but it's the right way to do it. Even if I don't always practice that as a sole proprietor over here buying and selling myself. But.
And I mean, I get it more like especially as like a partnership though, because otherwise, like, how do you decide what's fair?
Exactly.
And you feel like if somebody gets something and then 2 weeks later a huge sale happens, is there going to be jealousy or whatever that goes on with it? And so it's just like it's a very reasonable.
And I should caveat it by saying, like, you know, it's one thing if they get a collection and you want to buy the Hulk 181 out and you're just okay, you know, and whatever, like they can work it out. But these ones like had to go to auction, you know, it just made sense. Yeah,
because I mean, I doubt many people would have been like, yeah, this is definitely going to sell for 28,000. I mean, like it's a price that's within range, that it's not shocking, but it's still like, if you were trying to like sell it to, if you're like, you got to buy this out for me for 28,000, person probably like, get out of here. I'm not paying that.
Yeah. That's good. Gentlemen, I'm going to sign off a little early because I actually have to prep for my own sale tonight. I have to finish prepping for that.
So you're over on Whatnot, right?
I'm over on Whatnot tonight. So
if you don't have the budget to afford those Bobby Blues, you know, head on over to maybe Aaron.
I started all my books at $1. $1.
You know.
So
well, it's very Gary's Whatnot, right?
It's very Gary's Whatnot. So I should adequately say Gary is starting all his books over at $1. I'm just
there. You go.
I'm the middleman. But I appreciate coming on here for a little bit and hanging out. It was a blast. It's been a bit for me. So
we didn't see more videos coming out of your channel.
Yeah, no, I got some work to do. Ryan's on me, and I appreciate him for that. So
Yeah, I mean, you're not busy enough if you don't already at home, right? So
yeah, no, it's not like a family and multiple jobs to tend to. I'm just doing nothing.
Living the dream.
But appreciate you guys. Chat. Have a good night. Some of you I'll see later, maybe. And I'll catch anyone over on IG. Mickey, by the way, I haven't had a chance to say congratulations, but I appreciated that promo video so much.
Oh.
I died watching
Thanks,
it.
man.
It was like, this is phenomenal. So
Well,
I hope it goes really well.
This is a little sidebar, and I know you got to jump, but there's that interesting story right now with the Spawn book, if anyone knows about that one. But I feel like my flamethrower joke kind of hits hard with what's going on with that Spawn comic. So
yeah,
very
that's crazy. but yeah, I mean, yeah, see, you've got your your very set print run, and you took care of it. Took care of business with those extras.
We handled it, guys. We handled the overrun.
I tell you, the hardest piece of inside information on the entire Sanity journey was the flamethrower video, because I don't remember how long before the commercial was done that you sent us to that. It's like, how can I not talk about this? This is great.
Yeah.
It was amazing. Well, it was well done, well executed. I mean, the big companies could learn a thing or two. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Image, get on it. Where are you? Where are the checks?
Yeah. Hire me, Image. Hire me, Image, because studios are not hiring at the moment.
CBCS for your book of the week.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Let's just say I'm going to see some people next month, and I'm going to have a conversation with them about the book of the week. I'm going to make some suggestions.
I mean, they had some TMNTs today, I think.
Oh, I saw one came out, but I didn't get a chance to see it yet.
Ryan, Drew, Mickey, appreciate you guys.
Take care, man. Have a good sale.
Yeah.
We'll probably still be on when your sale's done.
Yeah, I may come back on.
You can rejoin.
Yeah.
We'll tag you in.
Yeah. All right. Have a great night, guys.
See you, man.
See ya.
But yeah, so this was one of the Bobby Blue books, this Kid Comics. These ones are always pretty crazy to me, that they are like named Kid Comics, and they are always like the most violent covers.
Hyper violent, yeah.
It's like, this is for kids.
We got the assembly line of doom here. Nothing to worry about, Mom. One kid swinging from a rope with a Thompson submachine gun. Everything's fine.
This one actually, I feel like somebody got this one for a good price. I had this one at $2,800, and this is the after 15% price.
Yeah.
So I feel like somebody picked that one up for a good price. But yeah, I always get a kick out of those, just because the name just is so weird to me. It's definitely a thing that did not exist outside of the 40s.
Yeah.
Stuff.
I just as a spoof, I want to start a comic line called Wholesome and just reuse the most grotesque PCH covers for it.
I can see that happening. I can see that working.
Yeah, the contradiction is just the appeal.
Oh yeah.
So these Mads are still hanging in there. I'm just kind of scrolling through. I refresh, so everything's all jumbled up, but the ones are both still alive.
Let's see.
Yeah, just going back to the Mad ones, when you think about the history of it and what Mad eventually became too, I feel like it's underappreciated still, or undervalued still in a way.
I would own that book, that's a book I'd be totally fine, collecting. I think those, they're cool pieces of history. It's kind of like what kept EC being able to keep going post code.
Yeah.
And honestly, there's only 22, 23 that are or 21, maybe even, that are the comic size ones. So that's not a bad little late golden age run to try and put together, really.
Yeah.
And I see a question in the chat about the Gambit corner box thing behind me. This guy. This was, I actually got this as a gift from someone, but it's from I think on Instagram, it's from Bronze and Modern Gods. It's the not Bronze and Modern God, not the Bronze and Modern Gods channel. It's the other channel, and he has a channel called Cornerboxed, I believe.
Huh.
And I think he does these like wood cutouts. And I remember, I'm pretty sure that's who did it, because I remember he did a really cool one with which book is that? I'm blanking on it. The Doom cover, Marvel Superheroes number 20. He did like a light box with that, and it looked awesome.
Nice.
So I'm pretty sure it is pretty sure the name of their Instagram is Cornerboxed. Well,
first, some perspective here, looking ahead to the Marvel Family 1, sitting at $83.90 without the BP right now. Last sale on that book was in March at $15,600. So it's got quite a ways to go.
So I just put it in the chat. That's the Instagram, the link to their Instagram, and it's actually on his page. One of the things is the Gambit one that's right up in his little logo. So, but yeah, so if you're interested in that is where that came from.
Yeah, those are pretty sweet.
But yeah, that Marvel Family one, it took a wild ride over the last couple of years. I mean, I remember like right before the comic boom. This was like early 2021, I think January. I was it was with Buzzard Brothers on Instagram. They had it was like a 4.0 or a 4.5 Jim 85. Might have even been higher than that. Might have been like a 5. And then they had a 2.0 Marvel Family 1. And I think they wanted like 3,100. And I was like, no. Like, that's too much.
Ouch.
And then you go like, oh God, the 2.0 Marvel Family 1 at one point hit like $8,000 or $10,000.
Yeah.
And now this one's
looking,
around 10.
Looks like sold once last year for $8,700 in a 2.0.
Wow.
Yeah. So
yeah, I remember that was one of my like I've made a huge mistake type of situations. But I mean, it was just like 3 months later that the like crazy boom prices happened. And I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, in 2022 there was a 4.5 sale for $19,999.
Yeah.
And it's dropped to wow. Okay, so the 12-month average is $13,750, but the only sale this year, that was the 12-month average. The only sale this year was $7,500. So it dropped by more than half.
I bet people are afraid to put it up. You know, they don't want, like, it. To me, it still is a major key. And Black Adam, at least from the DC Universe side of things, like from the animated side, is a very popular character. And
it's a very cool character.
Yeah, I mean, it did feel like it used to be too cheap, and then it got too expensive. So it feels like it should probably level off somewhere in the middle, but it seems like it's overcorrected at this point. I mean, this is a first appearance from, I think it's 1944 or 45.
45, yeah.
You know, in a 7.0. And that just, like, think about some other major first appearance in a 7.0 from that era. You're not getting it for 10 grand.
No.
You know, like,
definitely not.
And who knows, maybe this person won't get it for 10 grand either, but it's getting close to the, it's getting close to the end. But the Mad is still going.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. The 5.0 sold, but the 6.5 is still going. 5.0 went for $14.75 with the buyer's premium.
It just got it got a big bid, jumped to $97.55.
But the 5.0 sold for just under $1,700.
100 or 1,000?
100.
Are you talking about the Mad?
Yeah, the Mad 1 and a 5.0.
Okay. Yeah, and this Kid Colt, I mean, Westerns to the moon, I guess. Like that was a big sale. I had that one going for $1,100, and I mean that's what, like 1900, 1850.
Let me get your math on here. 1846.90.
Yeah.
So, the problem with Westerns, and I don't know, maybe this doesn't quite apply to comics, which already are very sort of like American focused collectible and medium, but Western as a genre has always lagged behind because it's just not global enough, right? Like it's such an American thing that it doesn't have the broader appeal that a PCH book might have, or like even people who are into World War II stuff. So it's an uphill battle for those Westerns to get significant.
And the crazy thing is, like 40, 50 years ago, it was one of the biggest genres there was. Like it was massive. But the whole fan base is just, I mean, they're the guys who are selling their comics now, or their families are selling their comics now. It's just that market is collapsing or collapsed.
Well, I don't know if Jamie's in the chat still, but I think there were a lot of Westerns in that. If I remember when he was like flipping through boxes or something in one of his videos, I think there were a lot of Westerns in the Bobby Blue collection.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised because, I mean, it was just such a huge chunk of, the content that was out, period.
But yeah, the Mad got another bid. That one's doing well. But we're starting to get into these Marvel comics. So we were talking about that last night a little bit, that it was kind of surprising how, and maybe there are more and we don't see them yet, because Jamie was saying
maybe they're the next
more
13,
graded, but like, because there's so many caps, and then with with Marvel Mystery, it was like maybe 5, I think 6.
Yeah, about a handful
6 tonight. Yeah.
So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
it's
8,
12,
9,
13,
10.
30, 31, 37, and 66.
10 total. However many of them are Bobby Blue, I'm not sure. There's one CBCS, so that's for sure not.
Yeah, there, from my little spreadsheet, there are 6 Bobby Blue Marvel Mysteries.
So there are 4 that are not.
There's some unique covers too. Like I'm pretty sure these are both Schomburg's, but they're like, this is an Angel cover, which is, something you don't see. I think that's Angel, right?
Yeah, Angel.
Yeah, Angel.
Angel.
You don't see the Angel covers all that often.
He was only on like 3, maybe 4 covers.
And it was like alternating. It was like between him and Human Torch. But this one has some other cover content. They put goblins on these things a lot. That's always one of the weird things. You got a lot of goblin covers on these little green guys.
Personally, I'm a big like World War II plane guy. So the Marvel Mystery 44 with like the super bomber really appeals to me. That's a cool one.
Oh yeah. I mean, the 40 is usually a big one too. The blimp, that one is always real. I mean, it's already at almost 20,000.
Yeah.
And that is always an expensive one. But where's the super bomber at? Yeah. I mean, that's a cool cover. Oh, and that's not I mean, that is a really cool cover.
I mean, as much as I love the caps, just so many of the Marvel Mysteries just really appeal to me. And I think I would, if I was going to have to prioritize a single timely, I think like a Marvel Mystery would probably be top of the list for me over some of the other titles.
It's funny you say that, because it's like when I think of them, I think about it, and it's not that I have like a big Golden Age collection or anything, but I definitely eyeball Captain America stuff. So when I think about this is a cool Marvel Mystery, I just think, well, I could just buy a cap instead. But I'm self-aware enough to know that I think that's my cap bias coming through. I think the market definitely prefers the Marvel Mysteries, I think, in mass. But maybe Ryan knows that better.
I'm the same way. The Marvel Mysteries are, I mean, now, so I'll say, like, I saw here, Jamie said there were 4 boxes full of Westerns. So,
oh, wow.
And he said there's 11 more Marvel Mysteries in the next auction. So there are some more coming up. But I am the same way. I prefer the Marvel Mystery. Well, I guess I'm the opposite. I prefer the Marvel Mystery, but my favorite cover of that general type is probably Cap 3. So it's like Captain America has probably my favorite cover, but on average, I prefer the Marvel Mysteries.
Well, you know what my favorite cover is.
Do I?
Yeah, you bought one, you jerk.
Oh, yeah. yeah, number 9. Yeah, number 9.
Yep. She's a beaut. Sorry, my envy got the best of me there for a second.
Yeah. Well, so now we've got a couple of them that are selling here. So
yeah, the Mad sold.
Yep, the Mad. So 2,700 with the. I had that one going at 33, so that's right. Pretty much, I think it's around 32.
It's funny too. This Marvel Mystery 18. You were talking about the blimps that sold, or the blimps and the planes and the stuff, and this 18 is like one of the covers that's like, oh, it's got occult stuff on it, which obviously I enjoy, right, as someone who wrote a comic book in this genre. But it's funny how it's like there are just certain things that feel very clear that the market has decided, like, here are the elements that you like. And so there's this, like, which I imagine that Ryan, you almost balance quite a bit, which is like checking your own biases of like what you like versus like what the market kind of likes, and riding this line of buying those things or not overemphasizing the things that you have preference on.
Well, and that's what I tell people. Like, if you're looking at things from an investment perspective, buy what you like is bad advice.
Yeah.
It's buy what other people like. And but if you're never going to sell, if you're like, and there are definitely plenty of people out there that are just, they're never going to sell. They are going to die and their kids are going to deal with it. And so and in that case, then buy what you like. But if your plan is to sell more often than not, you got to really be aware of what other people like.
My verbal judo to that buy what you like phrase that I stand by is that, but if you like making money, it's still buy what you like still works. It's just, you like making money. So buy the things that other people like.
Yep.
Oh man, we got Felipe in the house too. So we got all of Flip Mode here now.
Full team here.
All right.
Thanks
for coming by, gents.
So like just a couple things here, like the 12. I feel like that one went for a pretty good price. I had that going for 6, and so it looks like this one went for around like 5,200.
5,192.
Then the Marvel Family one, I had that one going for 11, so that was a little bit stronger sale.
You're like it sold at 97.55. Is that right? Yeah.
Yep.
So that's 11,218. So just a smidge more.
And then the 13 I had going for 4, and it went for 46. Like this is one you don't see very often. I don't come across this one all that often.
I tell you, my favorite part of that, I mean, and it's called out in the label since it's his first appearance, but you get the Vision blurb there, kind of when I was talking about some of the Atlas horror there on the sidebar.
And it's weird because they do draw him similar to how he got drawn in the Silver Age. Like they had to have taken some cues from this character.
Very comparable, especially with that, that cover to Avengers 57, just how kind of monotone it is with that red. It really kind of seems like a nod to his design.
Wow, this one. I'm curious. I didn't look up Marvel Mystery 40.
It's hanging in there though. It's having a hell of a sale.
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely going to be the highest earner amongst the Marvel Mysteries.
It was a 7.0. Yeah, I mean, like, look at that. Like 7.0 hasn't sold since 2019. Like,
yeah. Well, hell, it has.
You had a 2.0, so it's like if you go 2,000 a point,
hasn't sold above 5.5 in how long?
I mean, I could easily see this one touching 20, and it looks like it was right around there. So what's
let me get the math here. 19,638.
Yeah. So right around 20. That's not a surprise.
Blimps to the moon, guys. Blimps to the moon.
Oh, what did the Marvel Spotlight? I meant to.
Oh yeah, they were starting to. That's ugly.
That seems low. I'm gonna say, like, off the bat, like without even looking at prices, that seems low.
The 9.2?
Yeah, that 9.2.
The 8.5 is depressing because that's $2,900. The 9.2 is for $8,062.
No, because the 9.2 was not a 15%.
Oh crap! Yeah, sorry.
So here's what I'll say. Because I was watching all three and was thinking about them a lot. It's like they're all three sales are calendar lows for this book. But my problem, but my problem is like when I go back, right? It's like in 2020, a 9.2 was like a $4,100 book, right? So I still personally think that they're still inflated, you know. So even though they're calendar lows, you know, when we talking about like, okay, all the excess has to get drained out. It same with like the Hulk 181, you know. Or maybe not. Maybe it should be this value now, but it's tough. It's tough to know. It's tough to say for sure.
I mean, it was one of the worst offenders because it had that massive $264,000 sale.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
Then, like that, I mean, that just pulled. It was right at the comic boom period. Just like pulled prices up.
Yeah,
and so it's been. I mean, it's because I think there are a lot of dedicated fans, and so it's taken a while for that one to come back down.
Yeah,
it sells all the time. You know, you'd think. Like AF-15 corrected super fast. Like it's already back down to, I feel like, where it should be. Whereas this book has been taking its sweet time. You know?
Yeah. I will say though, I think
slowly turning the knife in my heart.
Yeah, I will say though that of all the Bronze Age, you know, keys or the Grails and stuff, I do think that Marvel Spotlight 5, if you still are someone who's like speccing and stuff, like I feel like that one has some of the biggest upside in terms of if you get it at a good price, you know. It wasn't that long ago that Ghost Rider was like neck and neck with Punisher and Wolverine as like popularity of character. So
yeah,
you never know.
And really, it kind of 8085 is kind of that point of delineation where it kind of ramps up. So like really 75 and below, I feel like it's still a pretty affordable book, but it's you know. Your census count gets pretty thin once you start climbing 8590 and up, just due to that black picture frame like we've talked about so many times. But
yeah,
I that 9.8 sale just completely spun this thing out of whack.
Yeah, at least there's only 4 9.8s, so as long as someone doesn't sell for a while, you know,
I don't care who does what. I just need my 8.0 to stop bleeding.
Did you have it on the wall at Como Comic-Con?
You're darn tootin', I did. Yeah, man. No, my first 6 books were all PC books, or my first 6 slabs were all PC books I was trying to sell for turtle money. Needless to say, I will be uploading those to Shortboxed shortly.
We got the Mask 1 coming up.
Yeah. On the clock. It's under 3 minutes.
So I can't remember, Ryan, what were in theory, you know, some of the predictions for this one? Was like 50 or something?
I had estimated my current on my sheet, it's like I have it from 50 to 60 to 70. You know, it's like it's like it's a tough one. And because it is a stunning book. It is the 3rd highest on census, but it's got the Bobby Blue written in the name, in the head, in like the header. And, and that's one of the things that can be a deterrent. But
it feels like this one's going to be a drag out one.
Yeah, I don't think this one is going to just gently wind down and be done. And we move on to the next book.
This is going to be one that rides its way into the S's and R's and T's of this auction, you know.
So we're starting to flirt with 40,000. It's at 38,525 adjusted right now. So we will just see how far she goes.
But yeah. Let's see here. How did some of these other ones do though?
I was just looking at the Marvel Superheroes 13 and a 7.0 sold for $215. So Carol Danvers not having a good time still.
My goodness. That's one of the books that this is one of the very few books in say that sort of Marvel genre that it's even its 2021 price couldn't hit whatever its previous record
it went insane back with the first Captain. Like that is like that was pre-comic boom, and that I mean, like a 9.2 was like I think $5 or $6 grand.
Yeah, it's
I mean, it was a wild price.
It's like the 2021 inflation couldn't even get back to its prior high.
But yeah, I mean that one, I'm surprised it gets as much hate as it does, though. I mean, it's still like I think it's a great cover. It is still a first appearance. It is tough in high grade. Like when you compare
Square
13
bound,
versus 12, well, like 12 there seem to be a lot of like 9.2, 9.4 type books, but 13 they don't exist.
I think that's probably the difference between that lighter, like was it silver or white background on 12, and here we are again, that Silver Age red that just breaks so many hearts.
Was that a book too, maybe at that time that maybe didn't have as high of a census, and then there's maybe a flurry into grading for that one?
I would say that's probably likely.
For 12 or for 13?
For 12, the Captain Marvel.
Okay, because like I mean, at least like the census
or
really
13. Sorry, I meant 13.
The census is really interesting with that one. I mean, it doesn't exist in high grade.
Right.
It's like I think when you hit a 9.2, it's like top 5% or somewhere along that line. It gets really scarce up there. Yeah, I mean, like 9.2, there are only 37 copies higher.
Yeah,
I mean, this is in the top 3% at a 9.2. Whereas if you go to
the Mask just caught another bid. It's officially over 40,000 now. Oh, and right back caught another one. So got a couple guys duking it out, flirting just a smidge under 42,000.
Maybe I need the dash. It must want the dash.
Isn't that annoying sometimes trying to come up with the word salad it actually wants to give you the
that's what it was. Yeah, but see then here at 9.2, I mean, look at that. There are
look at all those.
It drops off quite a bit.
300. So yeah, I mean, like at a 9.2, you're in the top 15% versus the top 3.
Still almost 2,300 graded copies. That's pretty good. And
I remember back in like 2020 or 2019, I bought from someone on eBay. I bought a 12 and a 13, and the 12 came back 9.2. And I think the 13 came back an 8. And the weird thing was, I actually thought the 13 looked better.
Oh, wow.
Like because it was weird. It was interesting with the 12. It had a flaw that I wasn't sure how it would grade, and they ended up. When I did the video, I was like, this is either a 7.0 or a 9.2, and it got the 9.2. I was like, all right.
Hey.
But the other one I thought was going to be an 8.5 to a 9, and it came back an 8. It actually got less than they hit me for. It was just like a little bit of damage on the spine, which they really kind of hammered me for. But yeah. All right. I think I'm out of that one because I was trying not to I didn't want to impact the bidding. So I'll go back to it now because I was bidding on that Mask one. So
were you? You're out now.
It
just caught 2 more quick bids, so it's up to 44,275 now. Because
like I'm bidding on my other screen, but I was like, oh, it shows over here. So I'm like, so we can't be secret about it.
If you're planning on bidding, you don't need to be driving that night's what I'm hearing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't think I would, but it was just like when it was down at those prices, I'm like, I'm gonna make this work.
That's right. I kind of like the. I mean, it's not a big dollar book, but this Menace 2 is a pretty cool cover, I think.
It kind of fits in that Atlas.
Early Atlas. There you go.
This,
on the right
this one
side.
here, yeah, I like
that. I like that Philippe is in the chat being like, "Come on, man, don't."
He's calling you a quitter, Ryan.
Pump it up. Bye.
Yeah. I have my limits. So,
that's great.
It's a great feeling. It's a great feeling when you hit your limit and you say, you know what? I'm walking away.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, because I mean, even if I still feel like that's a great price, I'm just like I mean, you can only put out so much money into some of these things. So
That's right, and at least still have a place to come home to.
Yeah. Yeah, this is live stream, right?
Yeah.
I'm not hiding anything.
Ryan walks away with the book and says, "All right, guys, so we're going to be doing a live stream claim sale tomorrow."
Yeah, because I got to find me an apartment.
Yeah.
All right.
That would be funny if like tomorrow I'm like live sale or like for Saturday.
All of a sudden you just start putting stickers on the books behind you.
That's not how you do it. You do the classic DM for price.
Yeah. So let's see how that one, let's see how it's doing now.
Well, it's currently with a 15%. It's at 40 right now, but plus 50.
Yeah, 46. Oh, and just got another bid. So 46.
Oh,
so it's getting up near that 50 mark. But I mean, yeah, it's it's one of those things like where we can talk about it some here now. Cause like, so this is that name that's written on it. And that's just a question of if you're okay with it or not. And some people are fine with it. And I'm generally fine with writing on the cover, but this one, my only issue is that it draws my eye to it. And so I feel like the focal point is supposed to be here, and it kind of takes my focal point away.
I feel like the name is a little darker on this one. Like on a lot of the other ones I've seen, it's a lot fainter for whatever reason.
Right. Yeah, it does feel a little bit like that. But again, being that it's top 3 census wise, I mean, it's still
and there's only an 8 and an 8.5. It's not like there's some 9.6 out there or something.
Yeah.
The other thing is interesting. I think just in sitting here and really watching these auctions and stuff with a book like this, which is kind of slugging it out, and the dynamic one and stuff. This is where I think this type of auction style has really been able to kind of hit the numbers that it wants, because I think that 3-minute window for those, say, however many people that are bidding in it, it really is like, well, I don't know what this should sell for. I guess I could go another 1,000, and you just kind of go, and it just keeps dragging out, and it really pushes you to that line that you just know.
Yeah.
And you're just like, all right, this is the line.
I mean, there's no doubt it's the best for the seller because,
it's not the best for the buyer.
It's definitely the best format for the seller. Just because, you don't have the deadman switch of it just being over. It's people can literally sit there and hem and haw and like, am I really going to let, another $1,000 bid keep me from having this thing I've waited 3 years to pop up for sale or whatever.
Yeah.
And I like it because I think generally it kind of discourages FOMO a little bit because you actually have a little bit of a breather. You can dig in and be like, is this really where I think I need to be? You can kind of check your math. You don't have to rush around quite so much.
Yeah. Well,
it's
getting close.
We're winding down here.
Someone's really, really pushing the edge.
At $46,575 right now with the buyer's premium.
I mean, I want to click bid. Like I really do. Just like keeping. Oh, there it goes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I was keeping my hands literally in my pockets. I was like, no, Ryan, this is
doing this. Like, no.
Oh man,
like you don't know what you're gonna have to sell if you buy that, Ryan.
That was a close play at the plate right there. That was,
all I can tell you is there's at least 2 people out here in the world somewhere that are sweating heavily right now.
I am like my hands were sweating because I was just like, don't do it.
Don't do it, Ryan. Don't do it.
Yeah.
How does people in the chat? We got 100 people in the chat right now. Should we all peer pressure Ryan to bid?
I mean, if you all want to buy a whole bunch of books for me, then maybe.
Say the keeper list is going to take a beat down if that happens.
Let's get them the funds to get this book tonight.
Yeah. Super chat.
You know what's funny? I just think like, man, sometimes I watch some other streams that are uncomic related. I just see the amount of super chats that come through. I'm just like, oh my God, you know how many comics I'd be bidding on right now with that?
Oh, that's funny. But I mean, unrelated to this one, there are some crazy books coming up here too. This Mr. Mystery is tied top of census. I think there's one other 8-0. And this is, I mean, I know this book here, 12, is like the book that gets all the attention, but this is actually my favorite cover from the run. I like
6 is?
Yeah, 6.
I
mean, it's just like
looking at this one.
There's a lot going on this one. And you know, you got the skull and guy, or the skeleton guy with like the hooded stuff, just the crazy like acid vat, you know, and whatever's going on with this guy
bottles. Yeah.
Got your bondage going on.
Yep. Torn red dress.
Yeah, so you got the woman in the red dress, like the classic stuff. I mean, and it's the black cover, which is, I mean, the other one has that too, but that's what I'm always.
I mean, the scariest thing on the whole cover is that giant staircase with no handrails. Just like, man, somebody's gonna get hurt there.
Just gonna trip down those in the high heels, you know.
That's right. You don't even need the vat of acid. Just shove them down the steps.
I mean, there's some other stuff coming too. Like there's this. I think the only more fun from Bobby Blue was this one, if I remember correctly. It was 61.
Dr. Fate.
Yeah, and I just threw this one in here too because it's, even though it's, you know, it's restored copy, but it's first Aquaman, first Speedy, first Green Arrow.
Yeah, that one is kind of a weird one, right? Because it's a high grade restore, which I feel like always kind of puts a curveball in the.
Well, the Cap 3 last night, that one, that 9.6, it didn't even. I mean, it didn't hit the. I don't know how that works when if the person has the option to sell it or if they just, you know, choose not to or what. But
we did catch another bid on the mask, so we're at $48,875, including the buyer's premium right now.
Yeah, it got close. It was down to like another 20 seconds or so.
See, we were talking about this the other day too, like the mind games, and I feel like sometimes this person they're choosing to do the, you know, the 3-minute mind game. You know, they're like, I'll make you think you're gonna win it.
And then break your heart.
Right at the end.
And it was definitely 2 people that were willing to do the, like, you know, the one person did the last second bid, and this guy's like, this effing guy, I'm gonna come back with the last second bid on you.
Yeah, now we're at the petty point.
Yeah, which is it's also another statement play to hit him right back, you know, with the bid right after.
Yeah, play it real slow, and then
I do like your idea though about like letting them know you're there. I think that is that's a good way.
Yeah,
too.
It's like, hey, I'm here to play. Like, if you think you're gonna get this in one more bid rounds, like I got 10 more bids in me. You know,
that's usually that's the method I usually go with. I because just because I talked about this before, how I've gotten burned on the waiting for the last second, like on Heritage, where
internet lags or something.
Well, no, it's more that another bid comes in and then you bid on top of it, and you're like, no,
I
don't want to bid that.
You know, Mr. Mystery, just going back to that for a second, like the 9 and a 3.0 sold for $160 just a second ago. And that's with no BP. So that's just 160 flat. It's books like that in the run that really make me think like, maybe it wouldn't be so bad to collect it. But then, you know, there's the 6 and there's the 12 that are just like, maybe an idiot and shouldn't.
It was almost like the same effect as that. What was it? The Gym 3 with the shoes and stuff.
Yeah.
You see how big of a difference the key elements make in the prices of these covers, which is pretty wild.
Yeah. I mean,
in some runs, I mean, like the Ghost Comics run, those ones all tend to sell for, I mean, there's a couple that are a little more expensive, but for the most part, they're all pretty comparable. But yeah, like these are wildly different depending on the book.
10-second warning.
All right, here we go.
Uh-oh, on which one?
You're going to go?
Oh, no, there it goes.
There it is.
They are. They're just screwing with each other now.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we're officially over 50,000. That is $50,025. Oh, damn. Another 2K jump right there. So
so now they're going for the I'm still here to play.
Yep.
Yeah, right.
Got the old slap back. So
I think Jamie and Philippe are getting a little sweaty themselves over there in the watching this.
I just want to know how many bottles of champagne they've gone through already, because you know they're having a good time watching these.
This one is doing well. This top.
Yeah, I was just looking at that.
And that's tricky. You know, you never know what a top of census book is going to do. And because this one, its prior record, the last time that 8.0 sold was $1,265.
That's it. Wow.
Yep. it's got to be like an 07, 08 thing again or something like that.
Yeah, because it's just a smidge below
03.
03. Wow.
It's almost certainly a heritage. Usually if it's that old, it's only heritage.
Well, and so it's going to be an old label CGC, because CGC was maybe 3 years old at that point in time.
I'm not going to send.
So it's just it's mind-boggling that there are books that just don't come up that often.
Yeah, I mean 20 years, and that's that has to come into the mindset of the bidding where you're like, I may never get a chance to own that 8.0 again.
Exactly.
And, and it's just like, and even in other grades, I mean, look at the sales history. There's nothing until you get down to a 3. Like the copy, I owned a copy once, and it was a restored copy.
Oh wow!
I mean, just that black cover is, it was a bunch of color touch, like up in this upper right corner here, and and I was still happy to have that.
Yeah, definitely.
It's like,
I mean, I feel like that's my one saving grace is that I'm not overly hung up on condition. So like 3.0 is kind of my sweet spot a lot of times. So a lot of these things, it sucks less. I'll put it that way. It's attainable at least.
I'm curious about this one. I didn't price this one out. This More Fun 55, like a 7.0. I mean, it's restored.
I know we don't have your favorite More Fun to talk about, but definitely a couple cool Spectre covers. If you admit to there being such a thing.
I like this one more than the other one, but
I'm definitely somebody who likes the Spectre in general. There's one cover that I think is pretty cool where it's got like the mirror, I think, right, or the dresser or something like that. That one's pretty sweet.
So the Mr. Mystery
down
caught
to
another
10
bid.
seconds on the mask one.
Yeah, it might go. We'll see. Nope.
Oh, there it is.
We're gonna drag this one out. I'm gonna drag it out because right now, what is it with the BP? It's someone hit him with the.
So it's I mean at 46, it's got to be like
53,475.
And so you think that the window was like 50 to what was the high end?
60 to 75, 60 to 70.
So I mean,
so I put my estimate at 65,
right,
because I felt like it had a pretty good chance of getting that upper end, but I wouldn't have been surprised if it went around 50.
Right.
Because I didn't know how much not that I when I say I don't like trust, it doesn't mean that I don't think the sale is real. When I say I don't trust a sale, it means I don't know if it would be repeatable if you brought it up again. Like if it was like hype inside of that one auction and two people just getting excited about it. Because there was such a big jump in the 8.5 where it went from, like 102 or whatever to 144. And so it's hard to tell how that, like if that same thing would happen with the 7.5. And so if I would think like the 8 would probably go around 100. And then that's where I could see the 7.5 going for around like, somewhere in 60 to 70. I mean, when you're talking about those top few copies, you're going to have some pretty big gaps between, half grades.
The Mr. Mystery 12 is about to sell. We're down to 2 seconds. And it sold 501, so 14,376. 15 on the 12.
How much did you say it was?
14,376, 15.
So I had that one at 15,000. So really pretty much right in.
Pretty close.
In line. Close. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
this is a cool cover. I've liked this cover. This is probably one of my favorites from this run. These wedding covers are always kind of fun.
Yeah.
That's the title I've actually looked at.
I just sold one of I had a Mystic that had kind of that same sort of like skeleton bride wedding skull stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They always seem like they are fun covers.
Well, I commented that on another video I did where you could just collect like skeleton wedding covers, and there would be enough of them to have like a reasonable sized collection.
Yeah.
It's definitely something that gets used fairly regularly.
When I was in Indianapolis, I met a guy who his thing was Golden Age comics where it's underwater.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be any element of the cover was underwater. And he said, I was talking to him, he's like, even like Batman 121 counts because they're under ice. So I'm like,
okay.
oh, okay.
Man,
Like,
got another one.
Another 3-second bid.
Yep.
Flexipotamus has given me way too much math credit. He wasn't here when I said I built a spreadsheet earlier tonight. I don't math without my trusty Excel spreadsheets.
And the Mr. Mystery 6 got another one. Like this is
yep, we're up to 28.5.
And that's where like it all evens out, you know, like there have been some books that have sold tonight for less than I would have expected. And then you get like ones like this that have big sales, like that one, the Jim one.
Mask is almost to 55,000 now with the premium.
We got to close on the More Fun 73 at 20.
Yeah, we did. 19.5.
And that's, I have no idea what that goes for in a restored copy.
Yeah, I mean,
this in a vacuum, not knowing numbers off the top of my head, seems like 20 grand is not a price to pay for a first appearance, albeit restored, or maybe it's not. I don't know.
That I mean, especially an extensive restored book, like that seems like it was a pretty strong price.
I don't know. I mean, for
just shooting from the hip, like my gut reaction is that was a lot of money for an extensively restored book.
It just seems like to get a first appearance of one of those DC characters is always going to cost you quite a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
that's why, like, I feel like even a 1.0 is probably, I mean, like the 2.0 is $72,000. So I feel like it's a good
fair
price, you know?
Yeah.
Because let's see if there's a recent restored. So a 7.0 A2, you know, not extensive, but A2 went for $39,000.
Wow.
You know, and yeah, it's probably what I mean, it's an old label, so it's probably like a 4, maybe it's an A4. But still, that I feel like that was probably a pretty good buy.
Yeah. This Mysterious Adventures sold. Mysterious Adventures 13 skull cover. Pretty wild. 7,400.
I had that one going for 7,000, and it looks like it beat
85.10.
Yeah.
So yeah, pretty wild cover. Not one I've really seen around a lot.
And the Mystery Men I had at 1,100, and it went for like 18. So
Mr. Mystery also sold it. I don't know if you mentioned that one too.
The 12.
The eyeball, the 12. Yeah.
Yeah, the 12.
This one, both of these, I mean, they're both getting down there. I feel like I mean, it's risky. Like, what if you get like an internet connection issue if you're going to keep playing the 10-second game?
Exactly.
Oh, this could be it.
Oh,
that's it. She got.
There she blows.
Yep. 47.5, so $54,625.
Yeah, it still seems like a really respectable number.
Yeah.
So, and I mean, like, this is what I talk about, where like the kind of like comes out in the wash. Like that one went for what, 54,000. I thought it was going to go for 65. This one here went for like 31, and I thought it was going to go
30. It's 32,775.
Yeah, so 32. I thought it was going to go for 18. So,
right,
you know, I mean, it's like it's pretty much, they probably even did better than my estimate. I think, yeah, they did better than my estimate if you just add those two together. You know, so you maybe went a little low on one, but you went big on another, and everything's fine.
Ryan, what's your take on some of these mystics that are coming up?
So I personally am not a huge fan of the Mystic run, but I get the importance of it, because that I think that Destroyer is like it's like Stanley's first original creation, I believe.
Yeah.
So I understand the kind of like historical appeal of them. I mean, if I was going to pick one, it would probably be 8. 8 is a pretty crazy cover. It's this like, I can't remember what those are called. The like where the Iron Maiden, you know, like where we've got the woman in the Iron Maiden down there, and
getting medieval.
Yeah, I think the problem with this is like you really just have a character in Destroyer that never really came back, right? Like, I mean, I think
it's like it's a dead property, you know.
Yes, Destroyer was one of the Human Torch, Submariner, Captain America recycles,
Mhm.
this would be way more popular, right?
Yeah, I mean it's similar. I mean, and they weren't Marvel, but or Timely, but same as like, what's his name? Blanket on Black Terror.
Black Terror, yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
where it's like, yeah, like Black Terror is. I mean, he was a huge character back then, but he's nothing now, and so that's where like those books are solely dependent on the cover. It's got to be a cover where whether he's like beating up Nazis or there's some like good girl art thing on it or something. If it's just him fighting normal guys on the cover, it's not gonna have that appeal.
I gotta move the needle. Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, there's a few of those. Then there's the next volume of Mystic. This has this has some big books in it.
I'm looking at the 28 right now, and that's a creepy cover.
Yeah, 28 is my favorite from that run, but this one has really grown on me. 18, the Russian Devil one, where let's see, yeah, where he's pulling the guy up out of the even though he's dead, you still got to go fight. I mean, that is a cool cover. So yeah, and it's a Bill Everett cover. I mean, the Bill Everett covers always seem to be pretty in demand.
Yeah. Unless he's working on Daredevil.
Well, that's just like, who are you talking about, Mickey? Who is the Don Heck Avengers?
Oh,
it's
God.
like it's just trash covers. But in like the Golden Age, people love Don Heck pre-code horror covers. But in like Silver Age Avengers,
well, in fairness, it's like I just feel like all the artists just they were phoning it in. At that Silver Age time, you got to get this thing out the door.
Well, I mean, and even like Johnny Craig on Iron Man, so many of those guys went on and just didn't survive the bullpen.
Yeah. Although, Johnny Craig's covers on those early Iron Man covers, they actually are quite nice. It's just like, I don't think they're, you're not going to take you to the moon, but when you look at them, they're like, oh yeah, there's a lot of talent that's put behind these.
I mean, when you're going up against like Gene Colan, that's tough. It's a tough act to follow.
Why do you think that is? Do you think it was because it was either the quality, or do you think it's because they couldn't keep up with the volume of work that
speed, I think, is what it was. They wanted them to turn them around faster than what they were comfortable or capable of doing. I saw somebody today on Instagram, I can't remember who it was right off the top of my head, but posted an ACG book that Johnny Craig had done, an Unknown Worlds, and it's a pretty cool book. And it was actually he did one of the stories in it. It was the most popular issue ACG ever put out. It sold more than any of the rest of them. But
do you know the issue number?
I can get it real quick because it's one I own.
I figure we can. I've got Go Collect up here too, so then I can pull up.
Yeah, it's Unknown Worlds 36.
Right.
Yeah, this one on the left. Yep. But it's just a cool kind of early code book.
Is it like 56?
Let me see here.
Oh shoot! I just closed my.
All
right, I'm gonna have to
cut the technical difficulties.
Right, so we're back to this, and I will get it back again, and then we'll.
It's 1964 actually, so it's fairly late.
But good for me, I didn't drop like an F-bomb or something. Like that's kind of what I was expecting.
We're 2 hours and 13 minutes in. We're fine.
Just so you know, Ryan is bidding on all the books that are going up.
Yeah,
that's right. That's what.
Yeah, I accidentally closed this thing. Like, what's going on?
He just brought out the entire Mystic section.
Yeah.
Oh, it's great.
All right. So, watch list. Get this back up and running.
The pep is, we're getting close to pep, which is exciting, but I wonder if this one's going to be another slugfest.
I bet
it's going to drag out for quite a while.
Some of these Out of the Shadows, I'm kind of going to be interested to watch. There's just looks like 3 of them.
Yeah. And then there's quite a few of the shock ECs, that are not necessarily in the Bobby Blue space, but
where do we cut off tonight? I don't remember what the divide was.
It's at like ST, I think.
Yeah,
somewhere
I think
around
Strange
Cool.
Fantasy or Strange Planet is the last one. But
so yeah, we're about down to one page then.
Yeah, you got Startling Terrors, you got the Schomburg Startling Comics stuff. That's
yeah, those will be good.
It'll be interesting to watch.
I tell you, the one fantastic book that I've seen in here thus far that kind of catches my eye is this Nick Fury 4. Just always a fan of that. It's a 9.4, so not super high grade, but very nice.
It's still an expensive book in high grade, though.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and that one, even at 9.4, you can tell it's starting to cream up a little bit. It's so hard to get that book in like a true white.
Like it's not like a great looking 9.4.
No, it's really not.
I would expect it really does have that, even though it says off-white to white. I know off-white to white doesn't have anything to do with the cover. Yeah. Like I feel like that's often a misconception. Like it really is like the pages. And so I'll hear people say like, oh, the colors are great on the cover is because it's white pages. It's like, no, that's not, that's not how that works. I've had plenty of I've said this before, like brittle page books where the colors on the cover look fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it's really, it is about the interior pages. This is one that I feel like is overcorrecting as well. Now it is a weird image. It feels like something is weird, is like off
like it's
center.
Slid in there.
Yeah. So I don't, as long as it's not damaged, it's fine, but it's hard to tell that like if something like shifted in the case.
Man, it's got to be in the case, because look, you can see the inner well.
Like it's really, this one's really weird. I don't know what's going on.
But I mean,
it looks fine though. It doesn't look like it has, like I would look for like a bend in the corner,
Yeah, that book's definitely kind of the king of the aughts, as far as Marvel goes.
Well, it was funny. I was trying to think through like some key issues from there, and like that's the one that like I think really came to the top of the list for me.
And part of the reason that it's there, especially in like a 9.8 or higher grade, and I think I talked about it in one of my recent videos. It just doesn't pop up all that often. NYX being kind of an odd series, obviously it didn't have the print runs of something like ASM or X-Men or some of the bigger titles. So it's they're not uncommon, but they're definitely fewer and further between than some of the bigger title issues would have been.
One of the interesting things I've heard about that one is I can't remember what his channel name is, but he has a YouTube channel. He's a comic book presser up in Canada, and he was talking about this book and saying how this book specifically like takes a press better than about any other book.
Oh,
like,
really?
For whatever reason, this book can seem to recover a lot of flaws better than other books. I wonder if it's like the background also maybe hides things a little better.
With the light in it.
Hey, and thank you very much for the super chat. So we got a question. I'm curious to get each of your takes on page quality in your collections. I have a hard time with the word cream. I'm mixed on PQ overall. So for me, I guess I'll start. I generally do not care about page quality, especially being someone that collects largely Golden Age and then Silver Age. Now Golden Age, I don't care about brittle, slightly brittle, whatever, like tan, whatever. I will buy all of that because to me it's like, oh, the book comes up once every couple of years. Am I really going to care about is it the page quality that's going to keep me from buying that? And the answer is no. Now, when I get into silver and bronze, I'm not going to care really about white versus off-white, but I generally won't go for brittle just because I have so many options. So that's my take. When I get to silver, bronze, that kind of thing, I mean, whether it's cream or off-white or white doesn't make a big difference to me, but I generally won't go for that lowest level just because I have a lot of options out there. But yeah, what's your guys' take?
You want to go, Mick?
Yeah, I feel similar to you. Like if I was going to buy a Golden Age book, I really would not care personally. But if it is in that silver and bronze area. You know, if you, it all depends on what you're buying it for. If you find the deal, you know, that is a really, really good deal, but the page quality is off, I mean, I think that that's fine, but you just have to know that if you are ever going to sell that book, there are going to be people that do care, and that takes those buyers off the table. So if it's strictly about, you know, the, like you were saying, Ryan, with the invest or the, you know, the resell and all that stuff, like you have to, what is it? Buy what other people like. So I completely agree with that. And there are people that do care about it, even though I personally don't.
Yeah. You will lose buyers. I mean, that's definitely true. If you, cause there are people that will not buy something if it's brittle or slightly brittle.
True.
Yeah.
How about you, Drew?
Brittleness is really something I try to stay away from. Now, if it's a slabbed book, or if you're like a exclusively slab collector, at that point, brittleness isn't such a big deal. But if you know you've got a raw book that's going to be floating around in even, you know, a My Light or just a poly bag, brittleness just scares the crap out of me, especially if it's something you want to handle at any given time. For the most part, generally I'm not too picky. Now I am going through, and like with my OSM run, I'm trying to do an upgrade or like a high grade run from 1 to 100, and you know, you get some really funny looks from people when you tell them their 9 to double digit ASM isn't good enough because it has cream to off-white pages. They just kind of look at you like you have 3 heads. It's like, yeah, no, sorry, I need off-white, white, or white. So in that one particular sense, in that ASM upgrade run I'm trying to put together, I do want that just super high grade page quality as well. But generally, it's not something I'm too worried about. I would try and stay away from brittle wherever I can. And if I have a choice between 2 books where, you know, one has tan pages and another one has off-white pages, otherwise at the exact same grade or whatever, I'd take the one with the off-white pages, you know, given the choice. But it's not a deal breaker for me, especially with like my Golden Age buying, like these guys have said, Golden Age pre-code horse stuff. I'm more of a lower grade buyer to begin with, and this part of that is, you know, a general sacrifice of page quality for the most part. So cream to off-white, you know, is generally pretty good when you're diving in the shallow end of the Golden Age and pre-code horror pool like I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like we were talking about that. What is it? The Shock Suspense 6 last night. How that 9.9 is off white to white, and we're like,
trash,
garbage book.
But you know, we say it as a joke, but I think there are going to be people who feel that way, right?
Oh,
like
I know. I'm sure that it has to sting a little bit that you have the 9.9.
Yeah.
And it's off white to white. There's no question.
And that's why it's like, you know, I just, I don't know. I need to figure out a kitschy catchphrase to say, like, don't challenge the market or something, right? Which is this idea of like, well, I'm not going to buy newsstand because I think newsstand is stupid. But it's like, well, you know, you're swimming upstream, right? Like people like newsstand. Like so it's one of those things. I get it. People just like their page quality, but if it's for you, if it's a book just for you, then don't worry about it.
Ryan, you didn't snag this PEP 18 for
I thought I was. That's why I got silent for a second. I was like, "Oh, you should bid on this thing." I had it for $8.50, and it went for.
It's like, holy crap, that's a good sale.
$4.75. That was a steal. It was. It's the curse of the magazine slab. But I want to again give thanks to Max Raskin. He gave the $4.99 super chat and the $1.99 super chat.
Oh, dang.
And so he asked, "What is your favorite PC book?" And I will answer that, but I want to make sure we don't miss the PEP
22. Yeah.
Oh, it's almost done. It's almost done.
Oh,
wow! All right, so 69,000 and change.
Wow.
And which I had it going for 75. I had it going for 80. So I feel like that's below. I mean, it is a record in a 3.0 because there was a CBCS 3.0 that sold for 66, but I thought this one would go for more, and that one's kind of a surprise on the downside to me.
shout out to Archie Collector on IG. She posted the other night that Riverdale's over, so this Archie party's, it's all closed down. So I guess they're just going to be disappointing from now on.
Nobody wants it anymore. I do like this book too. I didn't get to talk about that one some. This New York World's Fair.
World's Fair.
Yeah, I think that's a cool book. I think it's like what, first Sandman?
Not first, but it's very early.
Okay.
So I think Adventure 40s actually is first.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or, nope, you're wrong. Or not you're wrong. I'm wrong. It does say first published appearance of Sandman.
So I wonder if there's maybe some like he's in like a comic strip or something
Could
like
be.
that.
I think we'll definitely.
It seems like a good price, even at a 2.0.
We'll break this down. I did want to say though, yeah, that one pep that went for $400. I mean, man, like that's a badass.
I know. I should.
I would have
bought it. I should
I would
have bought
that
it
too. And I don't even like pep, but I would have bought that.
Yeah, like I mean, $475.
Yeah,
like just crack it out of the slab and have it in a Mylar.
Yeah.
Like at that point.
Oh yeah, yeah. And that's one of the. I mean, I haven't spent too much time like looking at pep covers, but that one is great.
With myself.
That's really solid.
I missed an opportunity there, but back to Max's question. And again, thank you for the super chat. My favorite PC book at the moment is, I would say it's toss up between two books. One of them I actually haven't shown on the channel. Oh no, I did show it on the channel. I think it's the Captain America 46. Which is the World War II Holocaust cover, where Captain America is going in and saving the Jewish prisoners of war or basically prisoners from being thrown into these ovens. It's a super violent cover. There was one that actually sold yesterday on this. There was a Bobby Blue copy. The other one is Startling 49, which is the Bender cover. So I would say right now for me, those are my top two. It's tough for me to pick which one. I mean, in terms of like actual like cover appeal, art, everything, it's the Startling 49. I love that cover. But how about you, Drew or Mickey?
I'd probably have to go. I've got a 9.2 copy of ASM 40, which is just a book that's got a lot of sentimental value to me. So that's probably my favorite. It's not the most valuable thing in the world, but it's it's got a good story and makes me relive some good memories. So that's why I like my 9.2 ASM 40.
Yeah, my cop out answer is going to be that I like my my Darkhawk one from my childhood and stuff, and that's genuinely my real answer because everything else has a price on it,
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. Maybe a more fun answer would probably be. I mean, I'm still an Avengers 1 kind of shill. I still will always enjoy that book.
I thought it was Avengers 8. I thought that was your
God, yeah. That's just my
Your hoard.
Just my self-mutilation book that I just will just keep buying until I buy myself out of the hole. But that one and maybe my Chamber of Chills one.
Yeah.
I still enjoy that one, number 21, which is just a fun one. It's just fun. And I love purple. Like the purple, I mean, my logo is purple,
I like that Chamber of Chills cover.
I think
yeah.
And it doesn't pop up as much as a lot of the other issues.
Yeah, it doesn't. But actually, Flip Mode did a little live sale, and they actually sold a copy that was from the Bobby Lou one.
Oh, really?
Was kind of cool to see, and I think they gave a good deal because I've gotten some offers on my Heritage because I bought it off Heritage. That you can
the make offer. Just a heads up, we're under 2 minutes on the Punch 12.
Oh.
Looking ahead to that, we got some of the planets going as the peps are starting to wrap up.
Yeah, thanks to Flip Mode for the $5 super chat. I think I feel like you guys are doing well.
Yeah.
A little $5 tip out of them. Yeah, appreciate it.
Dollar menu.
But this is one I really like. I
was gonna ask you about this. Tell me about this. Like, label says Archie's first cover, but I guess that's not true.
I would call it its first full cover.
Full cover.
Got it.
Yeah. So because first cover is that Jackpot 4. But yeah, it's the first full cover, and I think that even though this one you can tell has this like
some nasty moisture damage,
like
right?
moisture damage, like something was stuck on the top of it. Like the colors are actually like phenomenal on this. Like I don't know if I've ever seen the reds as bright as they are on this copy, and so I
can tell you it's a single staple book because there's a really noticeable rust stain on the back.
Yeah, definitely looks like some water got onto this guy.
Yeah, it got soaked up through. So,
I mean, I don't even know what. Let's take a look on my other screen at the moment because I don't have my GPA open on the.
I mean, I will say one thing going back to earlier in the stream, Ryan, when you were talking about Archie and your affinity towards it and all that, and I was kind of joking about how it's like I'm not like a huge fan or anything. I will say, when you think about Golden Age and just what comic books are and all that, I mean, outside of probably Action One, which doesn't get more iconic than that. I mean, there is something very, very comic book about Archie, right? He's a good representation of what people think of when they think of comic books. I mean, all the pep stuff, just the color palettes, the zaniness of the covers. It's just very much what you think about. I can see the appeal in that sense.
Yeah, and there's a major shift in, what Archie covers were. It really starts to happen in like the late 20s, mid 30s. Where it's like they hadn't really figured out the humor just yet. Like they were just kind of, the color palettes were kind of muted. They were kind of just goofy. But then it's like by the time you get to like art into the mid 30s for sure, and then by the 40s, and then the classic cover to Archie 50, it's like, they've got it figured out. They know what their thing is. Just, some of the kind of wink suggestive jokes and all that stuff starts coming out, and it's just fun. It's not gross or shocking or just like, oh my God, I can't believe they made that and sold it to kids like a lot of the pre-war stuff is. It's just wholesome for the most part, and entertaining, which I think is what really all anybody wanted from comics back.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's Americana,
So are one of you guys bidding on this Rifleman? The
going all in on the Rifleman here. It's funny how it's like, with a Rifleman, it's just it's $500 worth of meme.
Yeah, it's one of those. If I find it in a collection,
maybe it is.
I mean, like I feel like you get your money back out of it. After you get the joke, you make the video. You make like $20.
Make the video.
You spend $500, get the $20 out of the video.
You get those sweet Instagram likes. When you post it.
Get those internet points.
Yeah. I don't know. I might have to buy what, like Derek says, Rib Tickler #1. Just go all in on this Golden Age key right here.
Yeah, I mean, because the Sensation's coming up pretty soon too, though. That one, I did not price that one out, but I mean, 6.0 for 56,000. I mean, it feels about right, but I don't really.
I could be wrong, but I feel like in my preview video, I was like, "Oh, it should be like a 70 or 80 type of thing," but maybe I'm wrong. I don't.
I mean, we can take a look.
It feels like this is another one too, where it's like this one and Batman one and Superman one. They just keep popping up, once a quarter.
We're about down to 30 seconds on the Punch 12.
Yeah, I mean, last sale 86, but then you had, these ones that seem like they're like, no, that was too high, and then this one that says no, that was. And now, if I remember, this might have been a brittle.
Okay. Well, there you have your page quality bias right there.
What book?
I might. Oh no, it was off white to white. So this is the Sensation one.
Mhm.
So I mean, it's like that is a huge difference in price there. You know, between this 5.5 and then the 6.5. I mean, double.
Yeah.
And they didn't sell. I mean, 2 months apart. So I don't know.
Yeah, it just seems like, what do you think about that? Like, I feel like the Sensation and the Batman one and the Superman one, it's just every couple months. Yeah, they're always there, just in every single auction.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean the Sensations, I feel like I don't see them quite as often. I mean, I definitely see the Batman ones and the Superman ones.
Right.
All-Star 8 doesn't seem like it's been a stranger lately either, though.
And especially even in like mid grades, like I've been seeing like pretty reasonable copies of All-Star 8. Now on Instagram, I've seen a number of copies pop up that are in like the 2.0 range, but on the Heritage sales, I don't remember if it was ComicConnect or Comic Link. I've seen some bigger ones, but yeah, no, I mean it's like it's tough. It's tough when you have that really like the in-demand book split between two books.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if Sensation 1's cover was the cover of All-Star, then it would.
Well,
just be
that's the thing.
know?
I was kind of going to make a point of. It's like Sensation's one of those books I legitimately feel bad for because it got robbed. Like it had the opportunity to just be absolutely huge. You know, like I don't know that it would have been Detective or Action 1 level, but like Flash 1 level book with
Yeah.
you know, major first appearance, great cover, and instead they pull the story and drop it, you know, however much sooner. It's just like, you know, it really could have been something. And it's not that it's not, you know, it's not trash or anything now. It's still a great cover, but you know, it really could have been something special. But for whatever reason, they ran out of patience and
Right. Yeah. It's
undercut it.
It's a funny one. It's hard with this one in particular. You know, if you do the exercise, which is like, I'm going to run up to you and I'm going to flash you a Tech 27 and a Batman 1, which one are you grabbing? No question, Tech 27. Same with Action 1, Superman 1, no question, right? And then here it's like, if I flash you All-Star and Sensation, and I'm like, Drew, 5 seconds, pick.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm taking All-Star. I'm taking All-Star.
I am too, but you know,
I would too, but this one I'd have to actually wait a minute, unlike the other ones.
Because I mean, at least this one is the second appearance. Those other ones, they're like years later.
Yeah, definitely.
So it does have that.
I mean, I honestly, as much as I think it would be cool to have a Detective 27, like an actual desirability for my own collection, I'd rather have the Bat 1 because, you know, I'm working on like the Rogues Gallery first appearances. So that's 2 major boxes you check with one book.
Yeah. Well, that is something that, like, for me too, it's like I've said a couple times on my YouTube where, I mean, it depends on what book, but there is something to the effect of, you know, having a book that says Superman on it and having a book that says Batman on it, or having a book that has a skull cover. Ryan, tell us what just happened.
There we go. I had it like right below the screen. Like, All right. That one's mine.
Ladies and gentlemen,
nice job.
A little preview of an unboxing video coming your way.
Yeah,
that one's mine. So I'm happy to have
you happy with that price?
Yep. Yeah. And I mean, under 10,000 a point, I'm happy with that price. So
very cool.
Yep. Yeah, that's my foot in the door, you know.
Yeah.
There you go. Got some of that sweet Bobby Blue action.
No, this one isn't Bobby Blue.
Oh, it's not?
This is just a
oh, yep, it's just a note.
Yep.
I could just see the subtext in there and just assumed it was Bobby Blue.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
it seems like this is it's like one of the best sort of entry price points you could have gotten to this book, right?
Yeah, and I know, like, it's got that whole thing where it does have a lot of wear around the edge, but to me it's like
the important
all the important stuff is there.
Yeah.
You know,
I think that there's some types of wear that that doesn't bother me at all.
Well, I mean, you guys have heard me say this before, but it's like these kind of books look better, in my opinion, just aesthetically, in
you don't want
the
that
lower
9.8.
grades. Yeah, you know, I mean, who wants a nice shiny skull cover full of dead people? No, you want the one that looks like it was there, man.
You need a little grit on your
Yeah.
PCH covers.
Exactly.
You know? You need a little grit. Well, that's awesome. Congrats, man. That's a nice little pickup for you. Is this
thanks.
Is this a
Oh, that's a keeper.
Does it get on the list? Yeah, does it get on the list?
Yeah, that means I'm. Well, I actually just cut a couple, so I had a couple slots. So
okay,
so that I probably don't have to cut anything else on top.
Very
of that,
cool.
But
now, you've owned a copy of that before, right?
No, I've never owned a copy.
Okay, I thought you had.
Nope, no.
Very cool.
Yep. Yeah. No. I mean, it's just like the prices have they're so high.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
this Sensation 1's down about 20 seconds.
Yeah, and what did we say with that one? It was, I mean, so it was a 6.0. I mean, it feels like based on these, it should probably be somewhere around 65 to 70. And
we don't have the buyer's premium, so it's going to be hammer price.
Yeah. So it's at 58.
Here we go.
Yeah, no, it's 58.
Yep,
I mean, and yeah, it's on a little on the low end, but it's like it's not a huge surprise. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like people I think like to think that even like major characters aren't impacted by the movies, but they are. I mean,
yeah, they are.
Even early big mega grails, like this is like mega grail, like they're impacted by the movies.
Well, and you know that's the thing is it's like it's so funny how it works where you know you buy these books at that level because it's cool and it's like a little bit of a status thing and all that, and if Wonder Woman isn't cool, then you don't get to have the status that you would feel with the book, right?
Yep. Which I mean, Mickey, I'm sure you've seen it. Ryan, I don't know if you've run into any copies at some of your local shows, but I know like I went to Hero several years ago and Gator Rick was there with New Force, and you know he always has this glass case full of just absolutely crazy books, and he had a Sensation in there, and just that thing pops amongst so many of those other books, you know, those other like glass case level books, because you know, so many of them have those dark covers for whatever reason, but just that thing with the white background and the yellow circle behind her and the red, it just absolutely jumps out amongst some of those other books. So
I mean, a lot of the Sensations are like that, not necessarily white, but they are bright, you know, like they are good looking covers, and they feel like if you compared that to a Batman 1 through 10, they're dirt cheap.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, which sort of begs that question of you know, is there opportunity there, right, for some of those types of books? Like are they being overlooked in a way? Which maybe. I
mean, this one, I was watching this one. This has been getting a lot of bids.
Science. I noticed this one. I'm not too familiar with this, but I did notice it as the
Science Comics run is pricey.
like I feel like a lot of Fox books are pricey. It's something I haven't really gotten.
This feels like something
like into too much.
Yeah, it's a Joe Simon.
I don't see this one too often. No, is it?
No, you do not see this. I've probably seen it maybe twice in other auctions that I can remember.
I mean, that's some crazy stuff going on there.
Yeah, let's take a. I don't even know what that book goes for. I mean, there might not even be any like real recent comps. What was it for?
Yeah.
Because I have a conserved copy of number 1. I think is it 2 or 3 is like the most popular, but I mean, yeah, like a 1.5. I mean, there actually have been comps. I mean, a 1.5 for 4,080. So
we're already above that. We're at 4,173 right now.
I mean, this must be a split spine because this is a good looking one.
Yeah.
No big pieces missing.
I can see why 2 is desirable. It's a Lou Fine with the girl, you know, he's got that character girl on the rocket ship strapped
in them boxes.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, so it's a tape on card. I mean, it looks I would if I was the person that got this, I would probably try to resub for a 1.5. I mean, this I feel like this was aggressively graded.
Yeah. This is again. I'm gonna whine about this till the end of time, but I feel that way about my Vault 35 again.
I agree with you. Your Vault 35 should not be a 1.0 like, at all.
No way it should be,
because it's not even fully split.
It's not. Like, I can see it. I can see how split it is. So it's just like it's wild to me. I've seen such worse copies.
Honestly, I don't know that this thing's completely split. It looks like it might be holding on down at the bottom.
I mean, like the side doesn't look like it's split. I'm
you can follow it down the front where it could very easily be split, at least down to the bottom staple. But it looks like that last 2.5, 3 inches is okay.
I'm checking the cert right now. 385.
This Sergeant Fury looks like it kind of got a bunch of bids from the last time we talked about it.
The 9.0. I didn't realize there were so many copies of that. So there's like a 2.5, a 5.5, and this 9.0.
It looked like last time we were talking about it, it was a third of the price. Looks like it jumped up by quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I just caught another bid a few seconds ago. Just caught another one right now. But yeah, it's $42,000.
Drive me nuts. They have, like, when you type in the cert number, it's like when you click on the cert box, it's like after 1 second it tells you, hey, you have to enter a cert number, and so it like stops letting you type in, and so you have to. It's really obnoxious. But let's see, spine is completely split.
Okay, it's well hidden.
But I would still think. I mean, I've gotten. I mean, my Pet 49 I sent in got a 1.5, and it didn't look as. It was a completely split spine, and there are other things on here. They said there's tape and this kind of stuff. So I mean, but I still feel like this is a 1.5.
Yeah, it's funny. It's like, when I have a book that is raw, split is definitely one of my least favorite things. But once it's in the case, it's one of the best flaws.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean, that's what I tell people, like split spines, pieces out of the back of the cover, like detachments. Those are the best types of flaws to get really nice looking books. I mean, you can also have books that look like garbage that have those flaws, but that combined with a nice presenting copy, I mean, that means a lot.
Yeah.
That Science did sell for $41.73.
Yeah, I was typing in. I didn't catch you talking about that. I didn't hear what it was at.
I think it jumped up a bit.
Yeah. It's just over 42,000 right now with the 15%.
So this is the second highest price for this book.
I feel like the 5.5 just sold 1,600. What's that with the premium? 1,840 for a 5.5 seems like a really good deal to me.
Yeah, it seems like a book that has a ton of compression. It's just like Batman 121, a ton of compression in those lower grades, and then the higher grades it just
goes bonkers.
But hey, Alan, Comic Collector Geek, thanks for joining the chat.
Hey, that's actually he's the one who posted the Unknown Worlds earlier today.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah,
we were talking about Unknown Worlds earlier in the stream.
Yeah.
No, it's funny. It's like the for a while we were in that spot, right, where it was like everything was crazy, everything was desirable, and now we're kind of really returning to that place where if you want somewhere safe in Silver Age, you really got to be on that high end of the census, right? How it used to sort of be. Because the Sergeant Fury thing is going to sell for quite a lot, but the 5.5 and the 2.5 and all this stuff, it's
I'm curious, what's the is there a prior record for that one? Is it?
I don't know in grade, but I know that one sold for 80,000. A 9.2, I think, it was the highest ever.
Yeah, because I had a 7.5, and I was strongly considering trying to crack and go for an 8 because it like doubles in price. And even a 7.5 is very expensive. I don't remember exactly what it sold for, like 6,000 or something, and and then it's like 10 at or 9. Here we go. Yeah, so that was my 7.5. Then at an 8, it jumps to 9, and then an 8.5, 27.
Yeah,
Like, so it's like this could easily be somewhere 50. 45 to 50, and that seems like maybe around where it's at, because it has a buyer's premium, so it's around like what 43 right now.
Yeah, 43, 188.
Now I was wondering if this one would just go crazy because the Shock 6 just because the Crime Suspense Stories 22 did. Like if there's just like a huge demand for some of the bigger like key EC covers, like in participating. But I thought there was somebody that asked about Shield Wizard 10. This is just I mean, it's this guy called, I think, the Hun. I think that's what this, and he's just like, he's kind of like the MLJ version of Captain Nazi from Fawcett, you know, like it's just like they're opposite of the Shield, just like Captain Nazi's opposite of Captain Marvel, you know.
Now, what do you guys think about this? Looking at the two Shock 6s, the Bobby Blue being a 6.0, but a little bit of a kind of uneven wrap there. Then you got the 5.0.
I'll say the 5.0 looks nice.
The 5.0 presents really well, and it also doesn't have the 15% premium. So I wonder if that's maybe part of the reason why it's hanging tight. I mean, hell, it's right now it's the exact same price as the 6.0.
It's like its big detractor is this. It's just that little chip, you know. But like this is a stunning looking copy.
Look how crisp and clean looking the back cover is.
Plus, the Bobby Blue one has cream to offer.
Oh,
now it either, I can't tell, it either had some rust or it got rust from another book. That's a
transfer. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit, but like, and I'm not saying that's why it would be a 5. Like Rusty Staples, you can get some pretty high grades with Rusty Staples. Yeah. But that is a nice looking copy.
Yeah, it is.
That one is really nice.
Nice and tight and straight.
And like the white here look really good. Yeah. Yep, that is a great looking copy of that book.
But in case Jamie and Philippe are still here, you know, but obviously the blue one is the one you should be getting, guys. You know?
They're like, give me back that super chat.
Yeah. No double steak for you.
It's one again with this one. I get it, and I think it's cool, and you know, any book I'd buy for the right price, but this just doesn't feel like it's ever going to make my keeper list in a way, right?
See, it was on mine for a while. It was on my keeper list for a while, and I finally, when I did like the big cut recently, I ended up cutting it.
Yeah.
But what grade did you have in yours?
6.5.
Okay. It's cool. It's definitely badass.
I mean, it's Wally. You don't have a lot of Wally Wood covers like this. He did a lot more of the sci-fi stuff.
Yeah.
So, and you can tell it's him. You know, it's like he always does this, like the same as the Strange Worlds 4 and 5. He does that like draping fabric thing, like that. To me, that's like if he's drawing women on a cover, that's like his calling card.
Yeah.
He's got the creasing down. We did have a sale of like my favorite Shock Suspense Stories, which is 9. It was it's the ugliest book in the whole lot at a 1.5, sold for $100, but it's got that Carrion Death story that made a great episode of Tales from the Crypt. Yeah.
There's another cover really that copied that, isn't there? Like that did a very similar, because I thought we were talking about that, where there's like another cover that has almost like the same Vulture story one, and I think it sold yesterday.
Isn't the Vulture going for like the guy's eye or something? It wasn't an EC book, but yeah,
no, it's not EC. It's another publisher. I can't remember. I can't remember which one it is, but
we were talking about it a couple weeks ago, I think. Yeah,
I never see this book sell though. 9, like it's just one.
Sits.
Well, I don't see it come up for sale very often.
Really?
And I know, granted, I'm not watching eBay, but I feel like that's one I don't see like in auctions very often.
I come across it pretty regular on eBay, so maybe it's just one of those that people feel like they do better by just setting a price on it and you know, not watching it underperform while everybody's chasing 1 and 6 and some of the other bigger Shock covers.
I mean, this guy's sitting over 50 now. The Sergeant Fury.
Yeah. Let me update my number here.
What do you guys think about Showcase 22 coming up? What's your guys' feeling on this book these days?
I did see a comment in the chat about it.
Yeah.
So if there was a, and now granted, it was a big drop, but it was about what I estimated it would go for. There was a 7.5 that sold on Heritage this week, and it went for like 31. And the prior sale was like 56. But that was an example of, I priced it at 32 because I was like, I don't trust that 56 sale. Like that felt like a crazy peak, and like I think it's going to come back down. And so I feel like Showcase 22, when I did my Silver Age Keys video, it was the book that I thought was the most overpriced currently, that it had the most room to drop. So that's my take on it. And now I haven't looked at this specific copy and for pricing and that kind of thing, but but it is the one that I feel like, just because of the Green Lantern show that keeps being talked about, and there was a lot, like it got that DC hype, and it has not really corrected enough yet, because it's a pretty rare book, rare for Silver Age.
And definitely rare.
So they take a while, I feel like, to come back down. And it is a great cover. I really do like the cover.
No, it's definitely really cool. It does feel like one that anecdotally, it just seems like I see this in all the weeklies, once a week kind of thing. It feels like it pops up quite a bit, but yeah, it's kind of an interesting one. I don't know, Drew, how do you feel about Green Lantern?
I'm looking at GPA right now, and it looks like fairly reliably down over the last 12 months, with a few exceptions. As far as just general feelings about it, I think it's an okay book. It's, like you said, it's not one that, falls off the turnip truck every day.
Especially in like even mid-grade.
Yeah, for sure. And it's one of those things, like, I feel like most people I know that, or I encounter that like Green Lantern, like Neil Adams' Green Lantern. So I don't know how many of them would ever realistically be a player for like a Showcase 22. So I feel like it's one of those books that people be like, yeah, it's okay to have, but I don't see people lining up or, beating down the doors to get their shot at a Showcase 22 for whatever reason. And I don't know if part of that's just the fact that, it's the Golden Age, Silver Age saying, like, yeah, it's the first appearance of this guy as the Green Lantern, but it's obviously not the first Green Lantern, right?
Right.
So I don't know. I mean, like anything, it has its fans, and has a fair amount of people who would never ever pay that much money for it. But I think it's a cool book. It's Gil Kane, so I'm obviously gonna like it at some level, just for that, since he goes on and does some good work for my boy Spidey. It did just catch another bid.
These sold pretty close together. I mean, we had like 3,500, give or take.
31.
Well, but this had the premium, and then this one was 33 straight, and it's full grade.
35.65.
Yeah, so I think that means like people recognize how nice this 5.0 looks.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can look past that little chip, I mean, that's a gorgeous copy.
But yeah, this one, I mean, we'll see. I mean, the Sergeant Fury, see if it gets any more, but that's, I mean, like I said, I figured around 50, and it's a little over that. So
well over that. Yeah. 56,
like 54,
53, 155.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's a very respectable sale for that book. And it shows, I mean, actually I'm curious what the census is on it. Cause I know I've looked at it at one point, and it's like nothing. Curse you. So there's only 12 above.
Oh my God.
Like that's no 9.6s, no 9.8s. That's impressive.
Insane, man.
So top 20, it is under the top 2%. I mean, that's a big deal.
Ryan, you know my buddy Tom from MSG Comics, right?
I was gonna mention, I know one of his favorite covers, I saw him post about it, is this Spotlight.
Yeah, he does like that. But just kind of a funny thing, something I give him crap about. Up until, I don't know if this has changed recently, because he's bought a couple collections and ran into a couple more. But I know when we came into 2023, for as long as he's been buying and selling comics and comic collections and stuff, he had owned more Sergeant Fury 1s than ASM 300s. Which is like the most ridiculous statistic I can possibly imagine for anybody that's bought and sold comics for, the better part of 10 years or however long he's been doing it now.
I think I've owned the same amount of Sergeant Fury 1s as ASM 300s. I've owned 3 of each across the last like 4 years.
I got my Sergeant Fury from him. I traded him a duplicate Vault of Horror 35 I had for it.
Okay.
Now, what do you guys think about this Siege number 3 right here? I don't understand why.
Oh, see that's you gotta watch my variant video, you know.
Yeah, why would people be possibly bidding on this book for $2,500? I'm being totally facetious, by the way. I'm just
Siege 3 is definitely the it's one of those where I believe the LCS had to send back, it was like 10 or 20 like torn off covers of I think specific DC books, and so it was like they had to destroy their competitor's book, send it to them, and they would send this in return.
And that book was on fire from the instant it was announced. Like, it was in demand straight out of the gate. I remember when it came out.
And J. Scott Campbell, you know.
Yeah.
And the 2 ladies.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, J. Scott Campbell, they're going to be ladies.
Except for like what's the? I'm trying to think. There's the he did that other Deadpool cover where it's just Deadpool. It's the all black and red cover. I'm trying to remember which. It's one of the other big expensive Deadpool variants. So this one's at 6,100.
Okay, so it's got a few more bids.
Yep.
I'm looking up the Silver Surfer. I'm trying to decide if that's a weak sale or a strong sale. Last sale earlier this month for 10,200. Yeah, this
for the 9.4 number 1.
So that 9.4 number 1's pretty good value right now. It's at 78.20 with the buyer's premium, so it's a solid $2,400 about below last sale.
That would be a fun book to see at the 9.8 level go for sale. See what.
Yeah, we haven't had a sale at that level since 2016.
Does one? Oh, so one exists?
Yeah.
So yeah, 10 of them.
I mean, and here's just a quick other fact, just looking at it, basically from 9.2 to 9.6, you double, or last sale doubles or more every grade up. So last sale on a 9.2 was in June for 5,400. Last sale on a 9.4 was 10,200, and the last sale on a 9.6 was in June for 26,400. So, you know, just kind of follow that logic, and your 9.8 is going to be a pretty big book.
Let's see what else is coming up. Yeah, there's this. There was a question what we thought the spotlight would go for. I can't remember. Is that I think that's a Bobby Blue one. So I think I mean, I had it around 45, so I think it's got some room to go. Now, to me, it's not my favorite cover. I know Tom likes the cover, but like it's not my favorite one. But I can respect the grade. You know how difficult that is to come across. Let's see here. The Dr. No, that's one you never see in a high grade. I think somebody was commenting in the chat about the Silver Surfer 1.
Yeah, it was a while back, but that's why I kind of dove into it a little bit.
Oh, okay. All right. What about the 4? Like, what's your take? Would you do you like 4 more or 1 more?
Me, I'm all about 4. I think that's one of the best comic covers ever.
No, I'm in agreement. I'm a fan of 4 much more than 1. 1 is still a pretty cool cover. I'm not gonna I don't want to take away from it, but
it's I mean, it's iconic in its own right, but I mean, 4, there's just, I mean, some covers just come to life as you sit there and look at them, and you look at that and it's like it's just a moment frozen in time. It's like, you know, you blink and you're going to see just calamity happening as these two powerhouses slam into each other. It's just,
Do you think they're going to make that happen in the? Because I know that we're getting another Thor movie. I feel like they could maybe use that as some type of intro for Silver Surfer, and that would be some big fan service to do,
wouldn't it? Yeah,
some type of battle like that.
The only problem is we kind of blew the Bifrost to hell.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's true.
100%.
100% in a different location, you know. It's like
100%. We are getting that moment on screen. 100%.
I don't know if that feels cheap to me. I don't know. I got
3,200.
Yeah, I feel like
Give me a second here, and I'll toggle down to 4.
I mean, like, it's definitely one of those that got real expensive, and I know has corrected some, but like a 9.2 is not an easy book. Like the 9s are not easy.
12-month average is 5,100. Last sale was 3,860.
Yeah, and this wasn't a 15%, so that seems like that's a pretty good
down about
buy.
$600. So yeah,
this
and
again
is sweet white pages, right? You know, like
I keep looking at these things where I'm just like, but that November 2020 price was $2,500, right? So I just think it's only a matter of time before all the books just kind of think their way into that range.
Yeah.
So, because I was trying to find the flaws on this one, and like nothing jumped out. I mean, there's there's no punch through on the staples.
I would guess there's probably some sort of little tear on the spine. I mean, or even like a small split.
Yeah, maybe I'll
from reading. Who knows?
I mean,
go ahead.
I was gonna say they've been really good about graders notes lately. This looks like it's not a real recent grade, so
yeah,
not sure, but
some of those, and that's why it's important if you're ever buying raw square bound Marvels, you got to take them out and look at them, because some of those splits along the glue line can be so freaking clean and hidden that unless you open the book and actually fold the cover open, it's really hard to miss, or really easy to miss them.
That's true.
So it says there's a light rub left center front cover. Maybe that's this. Sometimes that's hard to tell if that's actually like on the case or not, though.
Yeah,
right.
Like a reflection or something.
Very light crease, top of front cover, breaks color. I wonder if, I don't know.
That's in the slab.
Yeah, and then very light stain, right top back cover.
They're not very nice stains, so.
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, it's one of those things where you have to have it in the light, and you're like, it's all, I mean, grading a book through a slab is, not the easiest.
Through a slab, through a screen.
Yeah. Let's see.
Kind of interested to see. We've got a Spellbound coming up. Got that great Atlas.
Yeah, the worm
cover. Yeah.
Because what's the other one where it's destroying the city?
Is that a thing? Yeah.
Thing. I think
That's
7
a
maybe
cover, right?
Yeah. Because that one is really expensive.
Yes. This Spellbound is a Russ Heath cover.
Yeah, the Siege got the bids. I was wondering. I was like, man, maybe I'll bid on that thing. But it's looking like it's pretty much around where I think the last sale was like 3,900. Because it's one of those books. Like a lot of these, I mean, I know like some people really hate on like the variant stuff and everything, but those 2010 to 2012, like rare variants, especially Campbell, they just go up year after year after year after year. They follow that. I mean, outside of like a comic boom, like crazy spike, for the last 12 years, they just keep going up, and they are, hate them all you want, but people love them.
Yeah. It's those, I mean, all comics are manufactured scarcity, but those ones are within the window of manufactured scarcity. Where like that was a time when like comics were just not doing as well. So they're kind of organically rare, and like the Delato stuff and all those books and everything.
Yeah, it's like who was like buying 100 copies of ASM 667,
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Midtown, Forbidden Planet, Mile High. I mean, sometimes you almost have to wonder, like, did they do these as favors to some of their big retail partners? Because no LCS in the world outside of just those major, like mail order guys get that many copies at ASM.
Right.
Unless you're like,
except for that guy that was like that Golden Age Guru, that collection he bought. Like that guy was, I think they said he was actually I think he was buying through Mile High. It was something like that. I'm pretty sure he was buying through Mile High, and like must have been just one of their biggest clients.
I'm sure.
Buying like 20 to 50 copies of every single Marvel and DC book for like decades.
Yeah.
It's just crazy.
I mean, I guess the only other way I can think about it is if you were somebody like a Graham Cracker out of Chicago, where you have 6 or 7 stores that you're feeding in a major metro. You have one account and you're one order for all the stores, and you split it out on your own or do something like that. But there's probably 10, 12 companies in the country like that at this point.
Yeah. I mean, other than the big online ones, it's hard to think of many that, like, I don't know any offhand. Like, there aren't any in my area that are like that, where it's like a chain.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm in a pretty big metro area.
Yeah.
So, but so these are the ones I've got marked as watching. There'll be a few minutes till they're done. Any ones that you guys were keeping an eye on? I mean, we're in this like run of highest grade surfers.
Yeah.
Is this a PGX, or is that just a weird picture on a
PGX? Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, somebody wants a deal, maybe.
There you go. I was looking at the special edition one. It's a restored copy, but still, pretty classic cover.
Yeah, the Captain Marvel one.
The Spellbounds, I mentioned.
Man, this is a book. Special Marvel edition, just crushed.
Yeah.
I think it had like a 3,800 or something for a 9.8 this week. I mean, it was really low. Like, where you just feel like it's still a 9.8 first appearance Bronze Age black cover, Yeah.
It's like, show it some respect, just a little bit.
But let's see. It was whatever it was. It was a lot lower than I was. Okay, 45.60. Yeah, and it looks like actually there was.
Look at that 2021 average.
Oh yeah,
and you can tell these are all heritage. Like, they've got that weird,
weird number
40 multiplier. Yeah, so that's like, but this is one of those where, I mean, this uptrend was probably too fast.
Mm-hmm.
But still, like, if you look at like maybe it's slower uptrend. It seems like it should be above where it is. I mean, I'd still think like 5,000 or 6,000. I mean, it's still a 9.8, and there aren't I don't think there are a ton of them. 127. I mean, compared to like ASM 129.
That might be in the same kind of window. And some of those other Bronze Age 9.8s and stuff.
Let's see here. Oh, nope, that's not the one I wanted.
Yeah, there's so many that come up.
It's like because I hate that they use the year for that.
Like This is where one of the nice things with Go Collectors kind of has it all there.
So 173. So now, granted, I bet there's way more graded.
17,000 total.
So
could be more 9.8 special editions out there,
which is surprising, with the cover and being a book that maybe people didn't care about as much until like more recently. Like, you would think they would be in worse condition, but
what year did the Punisher book come out? Was that
74?
Oh, or yes, just after 74. Yeah.
And what year is the special edition one?
That I don't remember.
73, like 1273.
So they're within 2 or 3 months.
So it's interesting because it's that what is it? It's that as far as I understand it, Overstreet came out in 72. So like the reason like Marvel Spotlight 5 and Hero for Hire 1, their black cover 9/8 is because it's like it came out in that year that Overstreet came out, and then it was like the next year 73 and the next year after that 74, when it's like people started to realize like, oh, like value and print and blah blah, and so like instantly that's when people started to take better care like right away.
Could be. And by the mid 70s you were starting to see actual comic book specialty shops pop up, so like the hobby was starting to get a foundation under it. At that point it wasn't just people going to their local spinner racks or newsstands to get comics. The hobby was actually starting to grow into something by that point.
So sorry, I'm going to jump back to this comment here from New Compass. We did not discuss that. So you said Mystic 6 4.5 qualified that sold earlier. What blue label can you get with a centerfold detached? Oh, you're wondering what the so generally, for a second I thought you meant that one was a centerfold detached, but generally for a centerfold detached, the highest you can get is a 7.0 is what I typically see, but I have seen an 8.5. So I will caveat that in most cases I see that a 7.0 is the cap, but there is one 8.5 I saw in a sale a couple of years ago. And I even made a post on the Heritage or the CGC boards about it because I was curious, because it was just it was higher than I was expecting for that. But definitely a 7.0 you can get with a detached centerfold.
Yeah, that 8.5 must be a real beaut. Otherwise,
it was like a Tales from the Crypt book or something like. It was some pre-code book like that, and it was very nice.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can. I'll go into my because I don't post on the forums very often, so I should be able to find that picture, and then I can. So here in the meantime, I'll maybe we can let's see. I guess how long until some of these are coming up, and then
we still got a little bit of chaff in there.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm getting out my CLZ to see which title I actually started collecting. I can't remember if I started. Yep, Strange Fantasy. Okay.
I was going to say, are there any books tomorrow that you're? I mean, the big ever. Actually, I thought it was kind of funny how like in the conversation yesterday, just like it came up, they're like, nobody's coming to this auction for the 9.8, and I'm like, oh, it's the one they used for the FF48 they used for the picture. Yeah. But I mean, definitely the big book tomorrow is that TMNT one.
That for sure is
let's cast negative thoughts its way.
Yeah, there's also there's a Superman one tomorrow.
There is. Is it a 1.5?
Yeah, 1.5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that'll be cool. I mean, even though we see them a little more often, it seems now. I love seeing that stuff sell. I mean, because you still only see it in these really like pretty big sales.
For sure, I will say, like, when you see a Superman one in person, I am quite attracted to it, right? Like you just when you go
yellow, man, it's just so good.
The yellow, and just like how front and center, and it says Superman on it. There's just has great eye appeal for that reason.
This is that book, the Vault of Horror 19 8.5 detached centerfold.
Good old Johnny Craig.
Yep. So that was the one I remember watching that auction. Yeah, it was like 2 years ago, and I just immediately I was like, that's a higher grade than I was expecting, but it's a really beautiful copy.
Look how bad the wrap and the cut are on that thing, though.
That doesn't affect the grade.
I know, but my goodness.
But yeah. So that's for that question. That is the highest I have ever seen with a detached centerfold. And now because they don't make note of it, you're less. At least I don't think they do anymore. You're a lot less likely to catch that. I think I can't remember. Is that one of the ones they still make note of, or no? I don't think they do. That CGC removed from the label notes.
Yeah, I don't know. Sure.
So how's this worm cover?
Speaking of that, removing label note whole thing, and isn't that funny? It's like I feel like that Pitchfork element kind of went away pretty quickly.
It always does.
It always does, and it's just.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember that's one of the only videos where I feel like I've gotten like animated in, where I was, because I mean, like that one to me was upsetting because it just felt like it was being done for bad reasons.
It definitely was done for bad reasons, and I will say that the amount of detached cover sales that increased after, I feel like was a lot. Like, it just, the stain of it saying detached cover just goes away.
Mm-hmm. No notes,
Yeah. Who cares?
Yep. So that Spellbound went for $22.42.50. So it's a pretty nice copy. I don't really follow it value wise. I don't know if that was a good deal or a bad deal, but
so I had it at 2000. Its prior record was 1984, so it was a good a record in grade. Mm-hmm. Yep.
In the special edition,
I love the coloring on that book quite a bit.
On this one here,
yeah,
Spellbound.
Yeah, the lighting is really well done.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, there are certain covers like that remind me of like a book I had posted real recently on Instagram, the Underworld Crime, the one where the woman has like hot poker like in her face.
Oh yeah,
like it's shading like that and lighting like that really that's what makes that book stand out, and it feels like this.
More realistic.
It's an uncredited cover, and so I'm always like, who did it? Trying to figure out who did that cover.
Yeah, you can tell the guy who drew this cover to the Spellbound, like he went to art school. Like, he sat there for weeks on end having to draw at a lighting from a certain perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Russ Heath man right there, right?
Yep.
And Russ Heath, I think, did he did some of the cool Astonishing ones as well, I thought. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, he did I believe he did 8. The
head sure getting drowned, right?
The drowning one.
Yeah.
One of my favorite ones.
Yeah, he's definitely someone like I keep coming back to him as like if we get our PCH thing going, he's kind of a cool, maybe underrated PCH artist to talk about.
Oh man, the Startling Terror Tales 11's coming up. That's
we're about 7 minutes away from there. We got some Schaumburg coming up. Some of the airbrush.
The Startling Comics run, but there's no 49. There's no 49 in this one.
No Bender, no Robot this time.
No Bender. But these are ones that's like, you got a lot of good stuff. You got some bondage stuff. You got some Schaumburgness.
Yeah, you get into the strange titles and you get some strange stuff.
Yeah, but they're not. They're affordable. They're attainable.
I mean, I wouldn't say this is true. I mean, the no T Swift fans in here. I mean, I listen to Taylor Swift when I'm running. I mean, I'm not ashamed to admit. Yeah, like, I mean, she's got her tours making $2 billion or whatever for a reason.
She's doing all right. And she came through here already, and I haven't heard anybody who had a negative thing to say about it. I mean, it's sometimes you drop big money on tickets like that, and if you get 90 minutes with the headliner, you're kind of just like, well, I guess that's that. But it sounds like she's out there for like 3+ hours, like just putting on a show. So it at least seems like it's worth the effort that people went through to get the tickets and all that for her show. So credit where credit's due there.
What's Startling 35? Oh yeah, because somebody said Startling 35. Yeah, that is a pretty weird cover. Like, I don't know if you've seen this one where they're trying to put out the fire and he's just like pinching the hose. He's just like,
let it burn.
Yeah, Pyroman is
he the villain?
No, he's the good guy. No, because this is the
the Japanese are trying.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's like, I know we just firebombed you, but don't try and put that out. Like, we did that on purpose.
Like there's some where you're just it's
I mean,
surprising.
I'd like to point out I don't
know.
No
mercy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I do know, but like American firemen don't have sidearms, so respect to the Japanese fire brigade there to have their pistols out to try and get this guy away from their fire hydrants.
I mean, yeah, Pyro Man seems to be relatively invincible based on the covers that I've seen. I don't have a huge amount of background on him other than seeing him on these covers, but like when guys are trying to stab him with knives, like the knives
They
just melt,
It's a good defense mechanism.
Yeah. And then we've got, of course, Heir to the Empire, number one, but it's a newsstand. That feels really cheap. Now I don't know. I don't know anything about that.
I don't know either. Yeah, it does feel
It's
really
not really
cheap,
my bag.
but who knows?
But because this is like 99 or something.
Yeah,
newsstands.
The thing is that
to be.
It's like all these Star Wars
95.
I just talked about because Ahsoka came out, and just all these Star Wars books just got so inflated and so speculated on. It's really hard for them to.
Oh yeah, that first Ahsoka, the Clone Wars, the variant. Oh
man,
$5-6 grand. Like I admit it is a cool cover. I really like the look of the cover. But do I want to spend $5,000 on it?
It's tough. Yeah, it's an awesome cover, and there's not too many, and it's a cool character and all, but it like, to me, I think back like Mandalorian. That was, as soon as Mandalorian hit, that takes me to the comic book boom right there. I'll never forget, like that show started it all. Like, you think it started with like WandaVision and stuff, but it was actually Mandalorian that started it.
There you go. I tell you what, guys, I've been looking at this Strange Fantasy number 1, number 2, parentheses number 1. It's the first issue. Was thinking about buying it. I'm like, man, it looks really great. And I just figured out why it's a 3.5, but it's got a really bad tear right up the spine on the left-hand side through the first staple. If that tear wasn't there, this thing would be 8.5 or in the 9s easy. Low 9s anyway, but it's, if you can look past the tear, it is like the glossiest, deepest color strike copy of this I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Which a lot of these feral books, they just get so dulled out. I don't know if they're just faded or they just weren't glossed very well or whatever. But no, this thing's a beaut. It's one of the last books that closes out tonight. But it's
like this feels cheap. $354 for. It's a 1.5, but I know this is a pretty popular cover, and it looks really nice. It must be like a split spine or something.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Large piece missing. Oh, missing from 7th page. Okay.
So
it legitimately is nice on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, CBCS label, as we've established too. Yeah.
Slice it in half, right? Like,
it's in there forever. You could never get it in a CBCS.
You could never get it out.
Yeah.
Sealed forever. Now, granted, I've never cracked a CBCS case, but I have heard that they are brutal.
Monsters.
Tough ones. Yeah. Even the old ones like that, at least that one's
all of them.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Because especially the old ones had those, like, I don't think the new ones, maybe they do, but those like clips that are like on the top that make it especially hard to like get screwdrivers and everything. And I remember Bry's Comics did a video on that, and he was asking, like, how do you open these things? They just like you everything was just snapping off.
Yeah, just like with a hammer and a shotgun, just get it open.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be fine.
Oh, we've got the
Startling Tales. Is about 30 seconds left.
What's that at? It's like
14,605 with the bump.
Okay, 14,605. I think it's had a sale around 16. Like, what did I have this one at? I had that one going at.
It just caught. I
had it going at 16. Its prior record was 15,600.
We're at 15,001. We just had a little bump there, or 15,180.
Now, what I was wondering was if this one would catch any heat because of the big black label sale that happened, and because there was a last weekend, there was a gold one that sold that, there was a copy that sold that where this blue here is black, and that's considered the first print.
Oh, really?
And it's I don't think I had ever seen one come up for sale that on a sale I'd been watching, and it was a 4.0 and it went for like over 10,000.
Holy crap!
Compared to about maybe 5,000 to 5,500 that you would have probably expected it to go for. And so I was curious if that, because it's one of those things that if you look at GPA, you know, sometimes they will call out things like that, but I'm almost certain they didn't call out that it was the black label variant. Yeah, so the 4.0, you can see how big of a gap that is.
Yeah, definitely.
It's like, so 10.8, and then this one was 15.6, and so like the prior sales, like actually the prior sale, this was my copy that I had bought, was 5,200.
And was it the black or the blue?
That was the blue label.
Okay.
And so it was not called out separately, and so we can show you the. So this is the difference. You can see it's got the black versus this one that has the blue.
I did not know that was a thing.
But yeah, so yeah, and it's on they'll say like blue and black logo variants exist, and I think on the black one they actually made a different note. They might have. I don't remember.
We're still catching bids over here on the blue label. It's over 16,000 now, 16,330.
Now the other cool thing is that it has this sweet ad on the back for the leopard auto.
The leopard auto seat cover.
I mean, $295. I feel like that's expensive. I mean, this is like 1950.
Hey man,
yeah,
it's stain proof. You know, you spill your grape juice on it, it rolls right off.
Because like in the 50s, isn't a car like, I don't know, like $500 or something like that? Like I mean, like I feel like $295 is like, that is a huge percentage of your car price.
That's great.
I gotta say, I kind of feel like also too, I don't know if the Leopard Auto Company knew their audience here. I mean, like I just don't know if the kids reading the trippy horror comic books are in the market for leopard seats in their cars.
Yep. Well, we're starting to get down to where some of the later lots are finishing. So, Strange Fantasy 2 that I was talking about earlier just sold. Yeah, we're kind of getting down here to the end. Gonna have some of these startlings that hang around for a bit, but yeah, I just refreshed. Looks like 5 books. That's all we've got left.
Yeah.
One thing we didn't talk about was there was a Strange Adventures 1 that sold. Just
let's see.
You know,
I had
DC #1 from. There you go on the right hand side.
Yeah, that you don't see, and that is, it's a nice looking 5.0. You don't see those very often. How did the Spotlight do? So that one ended at 29.9. I had that one at 4,500. So I feel like that one went on the lower side. Or people agree with me that it's like a creepy looking cover.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Like, is he wearing someone else's face?
Kind of getting like the Blank vibes or something. Yeah.
I just don't know what's going on with that one. It like that. I feel like he's wearing someone else's face. Like that's
got some face-off action up in here.
that is a I don't know if I want to say it's a great movie, but at least for my childhood,
oh man,
I remember it being a great movie.
Oh yeah,
like, like Face-Off, Broken Arrow, like
yeah.
There's some good ones.
Demolition
Travolta had
Man,
a nice little run. Yeah. I mean, then The Rock, Con Air, obviously.
The Rock was so good.
Other great Nick Cage choices.
I mean, so best Nick Cage movies is The Rock. Is The Rock?
The Rock's got to be easily in the tops.
Yeah, that's pretty great.
I'm trying to think like what else I would put. I mean, like Con Air is like the first time you watch it, it's pretty hokey. Yeah. But like then you enjoy it, you know, the subsequent watches.
Oh yeah.
Like his crappy accent.
Yeah.
But like
I mean everything up until the Stingray crashes onto the tarmac, that just hurts. That car was so nice.
Oh, so good.
Oh, yeah, that's right. The what's that movie where they're stealing the cars?
Gone in 60 Seconds.
Gone in 60 Seconds. Yeah.
Yeah.
That
car, and it's like the beginning of the car porn movement. Because then you get Fast and Furious comes out of that, and
Because that came out before any
Need
of the
for
Fast and
Speed.
Furious, right?
Mm-hmm. So the Startling Tear Tales is almost to 18,000. It's at 17,825 right now.
It seems like a lot of money.
Yeah, not bad.
I wonder. It's really going to be hard to tell, but I feel like I wonder if the wanting to get your hands on a Bobby Blue book played any role amongst some buyers out there. I think it might have. I think it could have.
I'm not gonna lie. I was really looking at that Strange Fantasy. If it wasn't for that giant tear, I probably would have thrown a bid on there. But or even if the tear was on the back, but it was a good looking book, and as long as I've sat here and watched all these books, why not take a stab at one?
Yeah,
I guess we'll have 1,300 more opportunities here before too long.
Yeah.
All right, I'm pulling the plug on my bidding attempts now again.
Okay,
right.
Okay, he's back.
Yeah.
He's giving up.
So that was I got beat out on the Startling. I think it's such a great one. Like that is a really cool underwater cover, but this one's doing really well. I mean, we're at 15.5 now plus the
17,825 is what it comes out to.
Yeah.
Down to the final three. It'd be interesting to see which one of these plays the Haunt 28 role and just keeps us going for another 15 minutes tonight.
Well, I feel like it was me and one other person, so that other one might be done. But
if that's the case, then this can be over pretty quick.
Was this 52, Ryan? Was this better see senior? Was this top of census?
No, I think there's a 9.8.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the Startlings have something like have 9.6s and 9.8s.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think there's I don't remember if the top bender is a 9.6 or a 9.8. I think it's a 9.6. This one looks like it's gonna. Oh no! All right, maybe it's the Startling.
I'd pretty well written that off. I thought it was done.
Well, we're gonna end with a bang, right? We're gonna end with a.
We're at 18,400 now. LB Cole fans keeping us going.
I mean, I was talking about that in the Heritage auctions. Like LB Cole seems to have like had a resurgence again.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it had really seemed like it had gotten overheated for a little bit. Like I remember like pre-comic boom, my older brother was talking about like at shows. That was right when he started seeing, he's like, people are just like going crazy for LB Cole now. And so probably like early 2020 or late 2019. And then it got real hot. And then it just, I feel like, I mean, like that sale where this one sold for 15,600. I remember some people thought that felt low. And so that was maybe kind of like, it was just a little oversaturation. And now it's starting to pick up again.
Yeah. I feel like this one, number 11, just keeps not popping up, but like it just keeps going up, and it's very, very competitive, and people are really into this one. Keep showing up.
I know, Mickey, it's one that you've said you're not crazy about, and Ryan, I think you even kind of mentioned that the other day that it's just kind of a little too out there for you. And I look at it and 6.5, it's a nice grade, it's a good looking book, but man, 18,000, that buys me a really nice TMNT one, or there's a lot of other things I would rather have for that 18K plus than a Startling Tear Tales. And maybe, I mean, it's no secret that I respect LB Cole, but I'm definitely not on the train with so many other people who've just been going nuts over the last couple of years, like you've been talking about.
Yeah. I mean, it's again, the LB Cole stuff. He's quite out there, and I recognize the artistry. But again, like you said, buy what other people like. Who am I to say, right? It just.
Well, and for me, that's why, like, I mean, I really like that Blue Bolt 105. That's why that's probably my. Other than Mask 1, it's like my favorite LB Cole cover, and it's because it's like, to me, it showcases his talent more than some of the other stuff where I feel like it's too focused on the color palette. And
what do you mean? He just uses an 8-count Crayola packet. There's a what color palette?
But yeah, like, I mean, it was definitely me and one other person, because whoever just, like, so that makes me go, it's like, if that person wasn't there, I could have gotten that book for
That's right.
$2,000.
Damn you. Oh, we just had another bid on the Startling.
Wow. Yeah, Ryan, I had to quickly look up the Blue Bolt that you're talking about, and I see what you mean. It is quite cool and really well drawn.
It's like a sci-fi good girl art type cover,
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Because that was one of the guy that I interviewed on the channel for. He's like considered like the first Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle fan, and he has like his letter is in TMNT 3, and he seems pretty well acquainted with like Eastman and Laird and that kind of thing, but he actually got to hang out with like LB Cole when he was a kid.
Oh wow.
And so he has like some original sketch art of LB Cole, and that's where some stuff where you can see how like really talented of an artist he was. Like he has this one he sent me of like a boxer that he had drawn, and you see that like when they're having to like maybe push stuff out for a comic cover, that kind of thing, it's like whether they get rushed or they have a bunch of titles he's supporting, or like with that Star Publications, he was probably creating multiple covers every month.
Right.
And but if he is more focused, if it's earlier on in his career, maybe you get some of that higher level. But
yeah, I'd love to find some Star comics in a collection someday, other than, was it B-Bar-B? My God, that is the only dang Star title I ever find.
I didn't know that was a Star title.
I think it is. I could be.
Yeah, because those have some weird covers, and you're just like, who came up with this title? But all right, we're down to about a minute. So for tomorrow, this is definitely one of the big ones.
Oh yeah,
Tales of Terror Annual 1. It's been sitting at this 20,000 mark for a couple days now. I think people are just waiting to see, because
for sure,
that's not going to stay at that price.
No, Drew's going to release the Kraken on that one.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't hold your breath, boys.
But like, what are some of the other?
There's a TMNT 1. What else here? The USA comics are kind of interesting and fun.
Did I not watch the TMNT 1? I'm gonna have to. Oh, that's right. I haven't. So last night I went through and I watched a bunch of stuff for tonight, so I wouldn't lose it when it ends. So I'll have to do that for tomorrow too. But
yeah, that's on my list of things to do, is to go through, and I may have actually already done it now that I think about it.
All right, so we're
almost
counting down.
Done.
Is this gonna be like last night?
Here comes this is 17. Wait for it. I think we're gonna go.
What's the expected price this thing should be at?
I had it at 16.
We are at 19,000. It just went over 20.
So somebody,
it really feels like, with a few exceptions, it really does feel like the Bobby Blue collection got a 15% premium on a lot of their stuff.
So I haven't been able to do. I'm gonna have to add the prices later, and we can talk about that.
Yeah,
tomorrow, just because like I couldn't really do both of those things at once. But it'll be interesting to see if today played out very similarly to the last couple of days.
Right.
But yeah, there were like, for what my estimates were, just like kind of like for teaser for tomorrow, like for today's books, they had 50 books that were Bobby Blue collections that sold today. I had estimated their sales price at $377,775. So the first day, it was 84,000. Second day, they sold 406,000. So their total prior to today was 490, almost $1,000. So I'm curious what the actual total is after day 3. But yeah, it's pretty incredible. It really is, and it's one of those things where, and I know Jamie was on the chat earlier. He was talking about the colors on these, and that's one of those things that plays a role too. Like if you have bright colors on books, like bright presenting copies, it definitely happens with the not Fox, but blanking on the name of the publisher, like Rangers Comics, Fight Comics,
right.
But those, like, they have all
Yeah,
kinds of
comics and
issues
stuff.
with. They have they get those like reds that don't look good a lot of the
Right.
time, and then but you'll get prints, some that look amazing, and those will sell for huge premiums, even in lower grades.
Well, color definitely seems, that's the real big alternating swing, or the swinging factor, right? Like a faded cover could just absolutely ruin, a value of a book, and then inversely, a saturated cover can really boost it, as we are seeing. Oh yeah,
that's why I've always this is the one I always go to, where GPA was actually like, no, we're not putting that in the normal pricing. It was
they literally took it out.
Yeah, cover inks faded. They separated it out as a different sale.
That thing was so
far off. That's actually, props to them for doing something like that. I feel like that actually can help quite a bit. And that's one of the things. I subscribe to both GPA and Go Collect, and people always say on my channel, like, why do you use Go Collect so much? It's like, it's for the visuals, for everybody. But
that's the same. That's the same for me. I use Go Collect when I want to have a comic image up on the screen.
Yeah, and so that's the one thing that's kind of nice with Go Collect, is you can pull up the books that did sell, so you can see if a cover was faded or not. But it's cool that GPA broke it out like that. And
thanks in the chat, Rail Fiction House. Yeah, it's like when you're on a 4-hour stream, your brain starts to turn to mush.
Yes, it does.
And you're just like, you're trying to pull facts out of there, and it gets challenging.
Yeah. But don't worry, we'll be back tomorrow once again.
That's right. And we'll be drinking, so it'll be even better. All right, I'm still trying to figure out what the title of this dang Star Western book I always find is. It's not B-Bar-B. That much I've confirmed.
Yeah, because there's some romance ones. There's a few horror ones. There's like the popular teenagers. Yeah, I do not pay attention to what. Oh, well, let's see. No, the Westerns I'm thinking of are Bakers, so it wouldn't be those. Oh my God, it got another bid.
Did it?
Wow. This is the Hana Fear 28 of tonight.
Yep.
This one is.
So we're at 21,275.
Man, 21. Yeah. I mean, if you just look at that, what was it? 15.6 was the prior.
Yeah. So that's real strong.
And that was only I think about a year ago.
The people demand LB Cole.
Yeah. October of last year. Wow. And this is above the 7.0 sale from 21. It's above the 8.5 sale from 21.
Wow.
It's one of those where you always kind of wonder, and that's one of the things I was thinking about. I was like, would this sale impact that? And because it's not differentiated as the different color, and that's why I really do think that this one hit the numbers it did. That is that why it's going high? I don't know. I can't say for sure, but it is a nice. Granted, this is a book that, I have 2 copies of it, and both mine are a 1.5 and a 1.8, and that is normal. I had a 4.0 and I traded it away as part of that big trade, and a 4.0 is like a high grade for this book. Normally you're finding 2.0, 2.5, 1.5, and so a 6.5 is a rare copy. But man, that 8.5 purchase is looking real smart. Right
looking now. Good. Looking good.
And that was in the comic boom period, and I bet someone thought that they were paying a crazy number there, but now not anymore. This is a cool one too. Submariner has some really good covers in his run. And I bet they're getting hit because of the Black Panther movie.
That took 3 seconds, and we went up to 19,000.
My goodness.
So it's like the same person that was bidding against me on the Starling 52.
Somebody from YouTube. Oh, hey, we just got another one real quick.
Again,
somebody
this
from
is
YouTube just trying to keep the stream going.
We're getting those people, you know, on last call right now. It's feeling like I'm not leaving empty-handed.
That's right.
Because this auction went a little quicker. I don't know if it was a little shorter because I think we were over around 11 last time. But
yeah, I think so. Based on how long we've been streaming here, it feels like this was shorter.
Yeah, I mean, not even 4 hours yet. I'm not,
this,
not tired at
nothing.
all. We'll run a marathon after this. But let's see. Do you think the bidders are looking at the last Black variant sale? Yeah, Rail. That's what I was. That's what I was referring to. That's what I was wondering if maybe that's the case. But I mean, it is one of those things where, you know, maybe so, like it's if you've got enough money and you go, I don't want to wait a year. You know, like you just go screw it. And if there's two people that have got enough money that say, I don't want to wait a year, they'll keep bidding. Let's see if there's any other.
I'm just doing a little scout of
Metal
tomorrow's
Bum
books.
says that he's been scraping the low grade silver and bronze stuff. Racked up a $3,500 bill with ComicConnect.
They appreciate your business.
Sweep the floor, you know.
Only GAI collect is Disney still trying to score 4-color 16. Is 4-color 16
Same here. That's the blot, Phantom blot.
Yeah, that is that was one that had a huge sale recently. I mean, since we'll see if this one's still going.
That's definitely one that I would love.
Me too.
Because I remember we were talking about that in our chat at one point where it's like I should have if that's a book that you should have bought like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Because there was a really big one.
Well, it's interesting too because
this guy, I think
next year Mickey Mouse goes public.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is it the same as the what is it, Winnie the Pooh stuff?
Yeah, it's the same sort of situation. So I could imagine a lot of like, you know, kind of fun Mickey Mouse things coming out. You know, we got that like Winnie the Pooh horror movie that was super random. Remember that? We had like, you know, all of a sudden you start to get people doing interesting kind of art experiment stuff. So, you know, maybe Mickey Mouse will be an interesting, fun character for people to play with come next year or the next couple of years.
It's about time for this next bid to come in. We're down to 5 seconds again.
Just like, come on, guys.
There it is.
Oh my God.
So we're now at 23,000.
Like they're just
the Starling Tear.
It's like they're playing so close. Like that was at 1 second.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they're thinking they're like, well, if I don't get it, it's okay. You know, if my internet cuts out.
Yeah. Maybe they're just, oh man, we just went up to 21. So we have fought back. I'm starting to think maybe you're right. They're just like, well, I'm going to wait until it's so close. Maybe, you know, just the internet will save me from myself here. Like I tried, but you know, my internet let me down.
That's sort of like, I'm always interested. I mean, I know there's a lot of people that are on Instagram that are, you know, always participate in these auctions. And I always wait to see like, you know, like a month from now, you'll start seeing these books like pop up that people picked up. And I always look forward to that. It's fun after those big auctions. Or you can tell like when somebody bought something because they immediately start selling their under copies. And you're like, because you know those books were in this sale, and then all of a sudden these exact same books all start popping up for sale.
Yeah, it's always interesting because there's the people who like to pre-sell. So like, you know, the weeks leading up to this, how many people did you see on Instagram trying to dump things so they could have some cash free for the auction? And then, you know, you got the people who like to do it on the backside. So like you said, we'll see some interesting stuff in the next couple weeks, I'm sure.
Yeah, for those, you just hope that they, you know, don't have to sell it to cover the cost of the purchase. Unless you're, you know, I think ComicConnect will allow credit card. It's like 3% though. I don't know if they have a cap. So you can buy yourself a little time, I guess, if you need to. But
yeah, you know, you can always, gotta go live stream, guys. Impromptu sale.
Oh man, 21 That's wild, guys. 24,150 right now. So this,
Yeah. What's the census of this book again? I feel like we've kind of talked about, but what are we at here?
I bet it's around like 90 total.
Because how many higher grades and what are some of the record sales for this book period?
wow, look how low that is. 110.
Okay, so yeah, so 99 on the Universal, 110. So 6.5, there's 1, 2, 12, 15 higher.
So is this going to be the record sale for this?
Yeah, it will. It'll be the record sale ever.
Yeah,
I mean,
right. 'Cause it's been a while.
Really?
Right,
Holy crap! Look at
so
that.
like this is a book that feels like it is maybe rebaselining its price again.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, see, that's one of those interesting things. You know, you talk about you get this number, right? And then if you're somebody who has one of those 15 copies above it, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, you're
why
feeling
not?
some pressure
Let it rip,
to bring
you
it
know?
out. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that 8.5 pops up. You know.
Yeah.
2 seconds. 1 second. Oh, 22 comes in.
My goodness.
$25,300, guys.
My back is
Yeah.
killing me.
Brad's like, please, for the love of God, just
Just bid back at them.
I don't even care if more super chats come in. I just need to go to my couch.
and yeah, Comic Collector Geek. That's what I had thought. I had heard as well that it's around 1 in 10 approximately for the black logo versions.
Mm-hmm.
So cool how like even 80 years later, these little nuances.
Yeah.
Coming out of the woodwork.
I was trying to remember which book it was. It was a huge key, like Superman 1, Action 1, something like that has a variant. And I remember someone made a post about it or
Marvel
a video.
one.
Is
Marvel
it Marvel
Comics?
one?
Yeah, there's the October and the November printings.
But I think it was a yellow cover.
Okay.
It's like it had one of them has like a 1 and a dot, and one of them doesn't.
Huh.
There was something, and I could not find that article or that video or who made the post about it. And I probably put 30 minutes into looking and I didn't find it. So maybe, I don't know if somebody in the chat remembers this thing, but I just remember seeing it, and I thought it was either an Action or a Superman. And it was a printing difference. Yeah. And see, Comic Collector Geek saying the Marvel one. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe it is the Marvel one, and I'm just remembering wrong.
I mean, it may be a different thing because, I mean, what you're describing is definitely different from the Marvel 1 situation. So, I mean, it could
is there any visual difference on the Marvel 1 print?
Basically, like the October is blacked out and then November is stamped next to it or something, I believe. That's what it is.
Let's see if we, and this is a perfect case for Go Collect. Because you can just like scan through those.
Yeah.
Come on, Go Collect.
So we're down to about 40 seconds left here. So in about
If you
39 seconds, we'll get another bid.
If you click on just any book in the series, you can do the other trick too.
Well, but the problem is one is different than the rest of them.
Yeah, Marvel Comics versus Marvel Mystery.
Yeah. That's where...
If you click on the Marvel Comics one, you might be able to get a suggested one.
Like a variant?
Yeah, like so scroll down and then right there.
Nope.
Does that pull it up? No, okay.
Or maybe that... Oh, this is it. Okay, yeah.
This went up to 23,000 on the base bid, so it's over 26,000 now.
So what's the difference?
The date, it'll say October or November up at the top. It's in black, so you probably have to make it bigger to see. Okay. Yeah, there you go. So the October has that dot over it. It's blacked out, and then November stamped above it.
Oh, okay. So it would be one that doesn't have the stamp. That's probably the easiest way to see it. Oh, maybe this one. So it has the stamp, but you can read it actually. Let's see if we can find one.
Find an October copy.
There's one.
There you go.
Okay, yeah, that's cool. Almost looks like it's like a piece added or something, but it's just a weird.
That's a book I'd love to have.
It feels like the most affordable, like
Mega
Grail.
piece. Yeah.
I the first time I went to C2E2, Bedrock had a CGC 6.0 restored. At the time, it was the most expensive comic I'd ever held. It was an affordable $50,000. But
yeah, maybe it was
so cool.
it might have been Alan's channel. Maybe that's where I saw it. Superman 1 had different printings.
I have read that Superman 1 has different printings, which I thought was crazy to know. Like, I think there might even be like 4 printings of Superman 1 or something like that.
I mean, so what was the print run of that thing? Over 1 million, right?
I think it was like 1 million.
Yeah. So,
because you wonder if like people will be like, "Oh, you have the 4th print."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. It's like,
put it in the shredder.
Do you even want to know? Do you really want to know?
I'll give you $1
No, you keep that thing.
take it away.
Keep that thing sealed.
Yeah, you do not open that up, because I think the only way you can tell in that instance is that maybe it says like in the fine printing, on the interior.
Mm-hmm. You know what you can't read in a slab? The indicia.
Yeah.
And that's why that punch 9.8 or not the
yeah,
9.8 exists.
Oh my God.
So guys, just kind of front loading it here. If we do catch another bid, because we're down to about 30 some odd seconds left, it'll take it over $27,000, be $27,600.
Wow.
If we catch another bid. Right now we're just sitting at a modest $26,450.
The pittance, right?
Yeah. If they're in for a penny, they're in for a pound.
It's like you wonder if it's like, is this person like watching the stream and they're just like, this is fun.
Yeah, it's like I'm just screwing with these guys at this point.
Yep, giving Ryan back problems.
There it is. There it is.
Oh man,
it's probably the flip mode guys trying to buy it back.
Maybe
they're watching the stream, just screwing with us.
At this point, their pockets are so fat they can ship it.
And hell, it just jumps up to 25.
Yeah.
So we're 28,750 with the premium right now.
Yeah, and this is one of the this is one of those things. I imagine that there's going to be posts that people are like upset about this high price. They'll say something about it, but it's like on the opposite side. Look at the Mask 1.
Yeah,
like I feel like that went really low from what I would have expected it to go for.
Yeah,
and so it's not everything. I mean, it's like it's who in the room wants that thing.
Exactly. But guys, I just pulled this up and I'm looking at it a little closer, just kind of my own second screen over here. My God, the color strike on this thing is just gorgeous. I mean, everything is really deep and rich in color, and it's a clean cover. I mean, it's a really nice copy.
This one here, the Starling.
Yeah.
I mean, most of the floss seems like it's like the tanning on the back.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I mean, because it does have quite a bit of tanning on the back, but it's like that's why it's probably a 6.5 instead of a, who knows, maybe an 8.0. I can't.
Yeah, but it's cream picture. Pages though, cream off.
Oh yeah, sad face.
I mean, like look at these edges.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's like that is a. I mean, it had. I mean, well, I'm guessing. I'm gonna try this trick again. My phone didn't like the. I think it doesn't like trying to. Yeah, I think it doesn't like trying to pull it off of the computer screen. But it worked. Great. All right. I love that. I love that so much. Like just being able to scan those barcodes. So it says fade spine, moderate cover tanning, spine stress lines. And so, I mean, that's it. It's the moderate cover tanning.
Yep.
I made that video a little while ago where I just I was getting books just hammered with, if you had low, I had low cover, or I think it was low. That's what they use, cover tanning. And I got a 9.2 and then moderate. I think the highest I got was a 6.5. And generally it was like 5.5. I just couldn't get anything above that.
I know this is blasphemous, but you got to wonder, like, who would buy this and have the balls to send it to somebody who's doing some like the UV lightning and stuff? I mean, that's a gamble, but I mean, even if you just knock it down a little, I mean, because they say the telltale sign is when you go too far. It's like if you take it from where it's at, even if you knock 20% of it off, you know, just enough to really lessen the blow from the tanning and the grade. You know, if you look like a genius if you catch, you know, a half a point or a point, and we just got another $1,000 bid.
Yeah. I was trying not to look at it, you know. I'm like, maybe if I don't look at it, we
just ignore it and it'll go away.
Waiting for the pot to boil now. Just don't look.
I mean, we're gonna call this 30,000. It's $29,900 right now. So like we're on the verge of doubling.
Yeah, this is the equivalent of this is today's crime suspense stories 22. You know, like we had that one, and we have
27. We're over 30.
This was also a book that maybe I'm wrong with this, but I think maybe a couple weeks ago this showed up on a Cover Price Shakers or something like that, or
I think it did, and but it was because of the black label. That's why.
Okay. Yeah, right. So I think, you know, it's just like those little elements, those little awareness things could have made this book something that a lot of people were curious about going into this one.
Yeah.
Do we? Yeah. The question here: do we think Jamie is bidding it up? He's playing that gamble, you know, where he's like, "Yeah, I want it."
Yeah. Oh darn! I got to keep it, and I got to correct my math. We're actually over 31,000 now. It's $31,050 at the current bid. But I mean, shout out to the 90 people who are sticking with us and listening to us ramble as we wait for this godforsaken lot to close.
We really appreciate it. You know, all the, you know, like people commenting in the chat, it gives us something to talk about.
Yeah. It's not like we've been sitting here for 8 hours out of the last 24 or 28 talking about stuff.
Yeah, I was talking with someone earlier, and they mentioned about like a live stream on Saturday. And I'm like, 12 hours might be my limit.
Yeah, please no.
Yeah, I mean,
that's great.
You know, but it's interesting with the performance of these books, and it's like now they're going to have that. It's going to live on a little bit, right? Kind of like how the Fantast books became such a thing, and so the spirit of those get to live on forever, or the Promise collection, or same thing, you know.
And I mean, they may not have we don't know exactly what is in the other 1,300, but you know, word of mouth is going to spread about the Bobby Blue collection. You know, they're going to have these big ticket sales to use as promotional materials.
Yeah,
and I mean, just think how many more butts are going to be in seats for the next round of Bobby Blue, right?
Wouldn't this be hilarious if it was them bidding against each other but not realizing it?
Didn't realize it. Oh, that'd be great.
Be hilarious. Like
it's like we got to work on our communication.
Yeah.
I get a good feeling about this one.
Yeah.
I got a good feeling that this one is going to be the one.
If we do go up to 28,000 here and it doesn't close, that would put the book over 32,000. It'd be 32,200. So let's see if we stay here at 3150, or if we're going. Oh, there we go. We're still in it, boys.
Spoke too soon.
And the question is, there's like a fly around me. That's why I'm not just like trying to
grab. I literally have the same thing. I keep swatting this fly that keeps going in.
And 29, a quick 29 there.
There's definitely one of the people does not want to do this waiting game. You know, they're just like they're bidding right back. The other person, like, and this is where you watch this and you go, all right, guy that's waiting for it to bid to come down. This clearly is not an effective method.
Yeah.
Let's just get to the point. What are you going to bid?
What's your max? Put it in.
Yeah.
And
because when you bid on
get
here,
it over.
You can bid above the number, you know, and it just sets it as a hold for you.
Yeah.
You know, like,
well, it is interesting too. Like, you know, even the other aspect of like, what if it isn't the psychological psych out? It could just be, I mean, this is a pretty high sale, so maybe not in this instance anymore, but like there could just be a few dealers that are like, I'm not going to let it go for that low. Like if like if it's going to sell for that, like I'm going to get in, you know? And so they do wait to that last 5 seconds. Cause if it's like,
that makes sense. This is
know.
beyond that though.
Yeah, right. This maybe not anymore, but that could have been the philosophy of some of them.
But I understand that, like not actually wanting to buy it, but just wanting to make sure, like, so if somebody else threw in a bid, you're like, okay, I didn't have to do it, but yeah, not wanting it to go low. So we got Jamie. Jamie, stop bidding on this thing.
Jamie, stop bidding on this thing. We want to go to bed.
Shield bidding over here. Tomorrow, this week's videos are going to be like scam in the Bobby Blue collection.
Yeah, he totally popped in the chat. So this is his alibi. He's like, no, I'm not bidding right now. I'm here in the chat.
I don't know if alibis work that way on the internet.
It's going to be like
sure it is. It's fine.
Chopped up Simpsons edit where I take Jamie's, comments and I make it look like I bought shill bid on book.
Maurice up above here, a few comments back said, how do you guys not do a bathroom break? We don't do a bathroom break by not thinking about not doing a bathroom break.
I actually did. I turned off my camera a few times.
Oh, that's where you went with the camera off. I mean, all right.
Just go, man.
But I mean, for me, it's like it's like they do like endurance races. It's like once you're in it, it just something like blocks it off, and then the incident's over.
Don't break the seal. Yeah. Yeah. Tomorrow night when the beers are flowing, that's going to be the real challenge.
Oh yeah. All right.
Let's
make it a cool 30.
Yep.
An even 30 into the BP.
Man, this is something else. So if we do hit 30,
it's strange that it's these like this last one keeps going, like no matter what it's been.
So a $30,000 bid would take us up to 34,500 with the premium. Holy crap! It's going to close.
There she blows.
Hey.
All right.
So 33,350.
That's it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Strong close. I mean, that close took like 20 minutes. I mean, like we were talking, we're like, oh, we're about done. And it was like the stream, I think it was like 340 or 350.
Yeah.
We're at 411 now.
I think. Yeah.
My goodness.
So I was just joking when I said that earlier. So all the bidders out there, please, don't take anything I say seriously.
All right.
That was wild, guys.
Yeah. Past 1 hour, I'd like to say that anything we've said is not to be taken as literal and purely for entertainment purposes.
Question everything.
But I mean, I'm ready for tomorrow night. This is fun. I really do enjoy this. I mean, this has been a lot of fun, and appreciate everybody in the chat that hangs with us. And I've had people comment to me outside of this that they went and watched the whole stream.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I appreciate the watch time.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, that's how we get our watch hours. These live streams.
Yep.
But yeah, you guys got anything to say before we close this one out?
I'm just kind of looking ahead to tomorrow. We got quite a bit of Silver Age right out of the gate with some Subby and stuff like that. But a good run of Submariner comics from the Golden Age that I think will be fun to watch. But no, it's I think we're gonna have a strong finish tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I think so. It'll be fun. We'll have the stream on my channel, and I feel like we might get a few more big bids tomorrow.
There you go.
It's gonna be everyone came to play apparently this auction. Everyone brought their resources, it would seem, and it feels like there might be some people that's like, I don't want to go home empty-handed. With the last set tomorrow. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I was saying, like, there are 3 pretty big auctions back to back to back, and it'll be interesting to see if the other ones can, like, how much money got pulled out, with this one, and how much is really there for the subsequent ones. Maybe that action one is going to be mine. Like, I'll go cheap.
There you go.
Oh yeah. Don't say $5,000. Keep it on the low. Keep it on the low.
Yeah. No, I don't have that money.
We'll probably have to do another stream for that one as well.
That probably
because that one's in the middle of the day.
Oh yeah.
So Yeah, not for
Damn
me.
the real world.
But you might. I know you've done the streams on those before, so you might have a chance.
Yeah,
to
it depends on if I can swing it. I am actually working on one project, guys. So.
Okay.
Oh,
right.
that's good. That's good. We want you to be able to eat, you know.
Yeah, well, I do.
He's got that YouTube money, you know.
Yeah, I got that sweet YouTube comic influencer money, guys.
That's right. That's right.
But yeah, I appreciate everybody joining the chat. Thanks to Drew and to Mickey and to Aaron, who I bet he could have come back. I bet that was over. But yeah, thanks everyone, and we will see you tomorrow night.